Well, greetings, Hearthstone travelers, and welcome to the Classic Hearthstone Discord's 10th and final monthly EU Championship tournament. Today's tournament champion will reign for eternity, as the Classic format is being discontinued in favor of the new Twist format. That will be a fun and exciting new place to farm the rewards track with bots. My name's Opposition. I'll be one of your hosts for this evening's Hearthstone matches. Joining me at the desk tonight is seasoned tournament veteran Wdalin, who has graciously volunteered to stream our event. Wdalin, it's a pleasure to have you here, and thank you so much for streaming today.
It's great to be here.
Yeah, you did an awesome job yesterday. Really appreciate you volunteering to do that. It's a huge help to our community. Wish we had you around for a little bit longer, but I think that's beyond all of our control. We'll also be joined in a little bit by one or maybe more of Classic Hearthstone's all-time top players, so stay tuned for our special guest casters. If this is your first time with us, I'd like to welcome you on behalf of our team, and I encourage you to join our Classic Hearthstone Discord community. You can click the link in the channel description to find that. We'll continue hosting the server after the format is patched out this week, so if you're looking for like-minded folks who enjoy the game mode, please feel free to join and meet some new friends. As I mentioned, today marks the last day of competitive Classic Hearthstone for our community before the format is removed in the next patch. For our viewers who aren't aware of this change or are unsure why it's happening, I'd like to provide a quick summary before we have a look at our bracket and begin the tournament. So, about 2.5 years ago, in November of 2020, Blizzard introduced the new rewards track to Hearthstone, which replaced their old reward system that capped players at a reward of 100 gold per day, accepting quests. The rewards track could be purchased by players for a fairly cheap price and would allow them to receive an infinite number of rewards in a system as long as they play more and more and more games every day. People quickly realized that the new system could be exploited by excessively botting, that is, having a bot grind out rewards for players in their off hours so they could get access to exclusive skins, golden cards, and in-game currency. Classic was the easiest format to bot because unlike Standard or Wild, the cards and the rules never change, meaning that a bot never had to be reconfigured. In the past 6 months, we've seen the number of Classic players skyrocket, mostly due to the number of users who chose to use bots to farm rewards for their account or to sell that account to somebody once it had farmed some rewards track. After creating a reward system with significant incentives to abuse the terms of service of the game, Blizzard decided that instead of banning the players who violated their terms of service, they would instead just scrap the entire Classic format. Their official justification was that the format wasn't very popular, which isn't altogether untrue, but it does miss the context. Players that were interested in trying Classic for the first time would wade through a ladder that was populated by likely more than 90% bots. I'd say accurately probably about 99% bots. For these new players, and even for seasoned returning players, this was an immensely frustrating experience that saw them play in repetitive matches against mostly the same deck piloted by the same program. Unfortunately, as a community, we've had to unfairly shoulder the burden of paying customers who don't abide by Blizzard's terms of service, and as a result, our format is being pulled from the game. So on behalf of our team here in the Classic Hearthstone community, I'd like to offer my condolences to everyone who found a home in this format, who found a way to continue playing Hearthstone, enjoying their favorite activity, or who made friends with like-minded folks who weren't interested in the shenanigans of the Wild or Standard formats. We'll talk a little bit more about that at the end of our cast today, but for right now, let's have a look at our bracket for this evening's event. We've got 20 players currently signed up in our EU tournament. The players will play a conquest format. That means they'll bring 4 decks, one of which will be banned, and they will play a best of 5 after that. All matches are single elimination, meaning that if you lose once, you are out of the tournament. But for those folks who compete in the semifinals, we will have a consolation match. We drop it in on matches as they're played for the first 3 rounds. The semifinals, the finals, and the third place match will all be played one at a time for your viewing pleasure. As always, the stream is delayed 5 minutes for fairness reasons, so no worries about people sniping their opponent's hands. Okay, so what do you say, Wdalin? You want to get started and look at some cool Hearthstone matches?
Yeah. Is the bracket been started yet? I don't see it open.
Now, yeah, the bracket has
Okay,
started. Players can check in and join their
there
games
we go.
here. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so as we're waiting for folks to get started, sometimes it takes a little while for them to get their bands in. Um, let's hear your thoughts. How are you feeling about this the classic format being pulled from the game?
Yeah, I think it's like you said, it's tragic that Blizzard wasn't really able to do anything about the bots, or maybe they chose not to do anything. But yeah, it's been a really great community in the past. I think 2 years since it's been released. Really special thanks to all the people who made the community possible. Carlotto, managing the Discord, and you, Derp, and various other moderators who were responsible for hosting this tournament. So yeah, thanks for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I want to give a big shout out here to Carlotta. This is somebody that not everybody will be familiar with. So just a little bit of context there. Carlotto is the person that started the classic Discord server. He's also the person that's made everything in there awesome. All of those channels you see, all the hard work that went into making it a really nice server, not just a random place with a single general chat channel, but all of the little bells and whistles that we have, all the little leaderboards that we have, all of the, the ticketing system. So if you have trouble, you can always, you submit a ticket, and just everything else. There are too many things to say. He's also responsible for creating all these tournaments here in Battlefy, which is what we use for our for the tournaments here. Where you see the bracket. Responsible for creating all of those. He's put in a tremendous amount of work, many hours that are quite thankless. Actually, he doesn't take credit for it publicly, and he has been a little bit absent the last couple of months with other things that he's been working on. But Carlotto, if you're out there, I want to say we genuinely appreciate all the hard work that you put into this and all the support for the community that you've put in. Despite the fact that you didn't really ever get too much thanks from folks, and not everybody really knew what he did. So we all are standing on the shoulders of Carlotto here. So if you have a chance, you can always send him a message in the Discord. Thank him for doing everything that he did to set this up for us. I'd like to take some credit, but I really can't. It was all him. I'd also like to give a lot of credit here to Dex, who was our first community caster. Got to set up the stream for us and do an immense amount of work so that everybody else who followed had a much easier time of doing that. So really happy to shout out the founding crew here of the classic Hearthstone community. And we've tried to carry on that mission. I think we would had plans certainly to continue carrying on that mission by adding new features and continuing to host tournaments, things like that. We're sorry that we can't continue to do that, but we appreciate everybody's participation. We appreciate all of the really tight-knit community that we have here of almost 1,000 members in the server. And hopefully, can find a way to transition. A lot of us are people who came to the classic format because of the style of it. We didn't like the, play Yogg and flip a coin kind of thing. We like this idea of like building a board and making a lot of strategic decisions, weaving in hero powers, things like that we see in classic. And those skills are kind of, or that preference for a game is kind of universal. Something that are you likely to enjoy other games. For me, things like chess are very similar, I think, to classic Hearthstone. So hopefully everybody out there, you can find some of those games, find some people in common. We still have a server. So that all of the people in the classic server are interested in those kinds of games. Be a good time to reach out and see if anybody else wants to play the same games together. So let's see, do we have any matches started yet?
Yeah, so Jammy and LaMail have both started their match, so we can hop on into that.
Fantastic. That sounds great. So Jammy we haven't seen before. This will be first time on stream for them. That's always an exciting thing. And Lamail here has participated, I believe, in one tournament so far. So I'll get him on the stream as well. All right, taking a look at Druid against Priest here. Now, traditionally, this matchup has been a little bit difficult for the Priest, just due to the sheer number of 4 attack creatures that the Druid has at their disposal. One of those, in this case, being Druid of the Claw, as we see right here. Priest has removal that destroys anything with 3 or less attack, 5 or more attack. That unfortunately and very inconveniently does not include these cards that have exactly 4. So already Jammy here able to get out a couple of these Druids of the Claw, one in charge form, one in taunt form, and that's a foreboding board. We can clear one off with Holy Nova, but Holy Nova and a Smite here could clear it. It looks like Lamail going to play it a little bit more slowly, not opting to clear the board with Nova just yet. Maybe waiting to get a little bit more value out of that. Looking at Jammy's hand, not too much more that we can put on the board that's going to be a target for that. So I believe correctly putting out Ragnaros here. Playing Ragnaros means that it's going to be very hard for Lamail to clear this board. Has Nova Smite, that can clear off the Druids of the Claw, but the Ragnaros is going to remain. And with no Shadow Word Death in hand, I believe in the deck, that's going to be kind of tricky here to deal with this. Double check here and make sure we don't. Yeah, there's 1 Shadow Word Death in Lamail's deck. And able to just seal it right here with the Ragnaros kind of tempoing out of control. This is not an entirely unexpected result between the players. A lot of times, Priest does have kind of an uphill struggle against Druid. It requires a pretty specific set of cards in the opening hand for the Priest there to be able to contest the board early and not just get tempoed out of control. Priest also has a little bit of trouble punishing things like an early wild growth from Druids. Typically, some faster decks will be able to say, hey, if you're going to spend your second turn playing nothing, not using a hero power, not using removal, or not playing a minion, they can punish that, put out a Knife Juggler or whatever it is. And the Druid gets a little bit behind on the board. Not so with the Priest there, though. So it looks like...
So it was actually interesting. Jammy's Druid actually has a Naturalize in it. We got a glimpse of. It's unfortunate that the game went so fast. And we can't see more of that, but it was interesting.
Yeah, Naturalize a card that surprisingly we've actually seen quite a bit more of as the format has kind of matured, and we've seen players bringing a lot more new competitive decks to the tournaments, especially because the tournament's is a great place to try out new meta options, right? So things that don't work on the ladder, aka things that don't work against Zoobots, can be very powerful in a tournament setting, especially with fewer players bringing Zoolock, or Zoolock being banned sometimes as well. So yeah, Naturalize definitely one of those cards that we see, and yeah, powerful, a powerful card in Mill Druid. Also can be pretty powerful in other decks as well. If you're expecting Handlock, Naturalize can be strong by making the opponent overdraw. Same thing with Freeze Mage. All of these decks that like to draw a lot of cards. Alright, we're into game 2 here between Jammy and Lamail. Jammy has chosen to bring the Shaman here, mid-range Shaman, and Lamail opted again to bring this Priest. Pointing out an Acolyte of Pain here, hoping to get a little bit of card draw value off of that. Not a bad choice here. And Jammy instantly playing Feral Spirit. Now, Lamail is playing a combo deck here with Mogu'shan Warden, and I believe he's got the Knight in there, Stormwind Knight, for the combo. I'm
No
not
Stormwind Knight,
mistaken.
actually.
No Stormwind Knight. Okay, so just all in on the idea here of Mogashaw Warden doing work. I like it.
2 Inner Fires as well.
Yeah, 2 Inner Fires, 2 Divine Spirits. Also got Light Spawn in the deck as well, so that can be helpful. So looking to combo the opponent down, I see an Alex in the list here. Makes a lot of sense. So Jammy able to take a
Actually, he
nice
has
early
2
lead
Shadow
here.
Madness.
Yeah, Shadow Madness is a card that we haven't seen nearly as much in the format. And I always felt like this card was a real pain in the ass. It might just be because I'm I play a lot more aggro decks, which are quite susceptible to it, but it can be very powerful. Things like you Shadow Madness, Leper Gnome, kill your opponent's Knife Juggler, get to dodge the Death Rattle, or same with Loot Hoarder. Lots of ways to use Shadow Madness in tricky situations. It doesn't always pay off. Opponent doesn't always have small minions
Yeah.
that they can play.
I'm wondering if that's his charger in this deck. If he doesn't have the Stormwind Knight, he's depending on the charge from the Shadow Madness.
That's an interesting idea. Pull in something with a decent amount of health. Trying to think of, I can imagine maybe Keeper of the Grove is one of the, or Senjin. Senjin is maybe the prime target for that
Yeah.
Shadow Madness. Um, let's see, can double the minion's health twice. So that would bring it up to 20. So that's a 20 damage charge there. If they borrow a minion with 5 HP. Can also boost that up with Power Word Shield as well. Adding an additional 8 damage, so for a total of 28. And Jammy going to finish it quick here. Got a lot of burst in hand.
Yeah.
Hitting for quite a bit with that Rock Biter. So nicely played. Putting Lamail on the back foot here. Yeah, another quick game, absolutely. Mid-range Shaman, just a very generally strong deck. It tends to excel even more in tournaments for several reasons. First of all, players bring Druid. Quite a few players bring mid-range Druid, which is a little bit weak against mid-range Shaman. Mid-range, they have trouble dealing with the mid-range Shaman's totems. Mid-range Shaman has good removal that lines up well with Druid. So that's one of the reasons. The other reason being don't have to deal with lots and lots of Zoo. And Zoo is kind of a tough matchup for mid-range Shaman if we don't draw Lightning Storm or if we don't have Pyromancer in the deck. So, Jammy up 2-0. Lamail bringing that Priest one more time. And Jammy now working with Miracle Rogue here. Got a pretty decent starting hand also. I would say probably keep the Backstab, the Auctioneer, and the Drake. A lot of times we don't want to play Gadget Zan. Oh, interesting. He ditches the Drake. I don't usually want to play Gadget Zan on 5 against slower decks. I want to play him on 6, play the Conceal with him, not have to burn the coin so early. Every little tiny bit of mana helps. Nice little golden coin there as well. So Lamail starting off with some pieces of the combo here. We'll see if he chooses to deploy this Northshire Cleric early. There's not really much of a follow-up for it. I don't think Jammy's going to be too worried about letting this thing live. Might use one of those backstabs here to punch it down. Doesn't even care. This matchup does tend to be fairly rogue favored, as there aren't a ton of tools that the priest can use to deal with it. But Lamail with a cheeky
And we actually
thought
saw
steal
this
there.
matchup yesterday.
Oh yeah? How'd it go?
Yeah, we saw this matchup yesterday with Crusher. And actually the Rogue burned their Leroy and was still able to win in fatigue. Was able to fatigue out the priest. So really interesting game there.
Oh, that sounds like a hell of a game. I'll have to go back and watch that. Don't usually see things that crazy. How'd the Leroy get burned? The Cold Light Oracle or something?
Yeah, it was an overdraw.
Uh,
I think so.
yeah, Cold Light Oracle is a sneaky card in the format as well. I think there are several of these cards that have downsides like Arcane Golem, Cold Light Oracle, that and Naturalize that folks will think, oh, I just I don't want to run the risk of putting those in there. King Mukla is another one. But in my experience, a lot of these cards have been extremely strong in the format. Cold Light Oracle, a really key piece of aggro rogue. It's their draw engine and also kind of ensures that the opponent can sometimes overdraw if they're not careful. So improves that matchup against Handlock, improves the matchup against Miracle Row. But it's also strong against, just generally speaking, it's also strong against things like Freeze Mage. Any card that or any deck that likes to have lots of cards in hand can be a target for that Cold Light. So Arcane Golem, another one with a lot of downsides of giving your opponent a mana crystal, but 4 mana or 4 damage charge for 3 is not bad at all. Another card that's been kind of popular. So Jammy picking up the Azure Drake here, I think that's the play. We don't have a Conceal in hand, so I don't think that this Gadget's in is I don't think it's the proper moment to deploy it. Time is definitely on Jammy's side here. He's not running the risk of getting burned down or charged or comboed or anything like that. Opts to go with Gadget's and Coin Poison. And that's going to be a tough break here because the Eviscerate from Thoughtsteal can clear this Gadget's and Auctioneer, and now we're kind of on the back foot.
Yeah. And actually, Lamail's Priest doesn't have Auctionized Circle or Pyromancer, so if the Conceal did come down, there would be no way to answer it.
Mm-hmm.
There is a Mass Dispel, though.
Yeah. Mass Dispel is... It's not removing a creature. It certainly does deal with the Stealthed Auctioneer in a sense, but it's still a 4/4 creature on the board, which is non-trivial for a Priest to deal with, especially without Auctionized Circle. So Lamail putting down a couple of Acolytes here, giving one of them Cold Blood, trying to contest the board a little bit. Get some draw, but nice Blade Flurry there from Jammy, able to clear up that whole board. And we'll see how much more he wants to push here. I think the Shiv is the correct option. We gets double damage from the Drake, helps us cycle. And that SI, another good pickup here. Yeah, I think playing the SI just... We've already got a Leroy in hand. We've already got Shadow Step. Got Cold Blood Eviscerate, so a lot of damage here in hand. We've got 20 total damage. Not quite enough mana to play it. We'll need total... And it looks like we're back online here.
Yeah, I think the call cut out for a second there.
Yeah, no problem. If you have a chance, go ahead and share your screen too, so I can peek at this match. I think it's pretty...
Right.
We'll see if Jammy here managed to find lethal with that Leroy combination. I do believe he did.
Just in time to see it.
Yeah, there we go. All right. Well, not a totally unexpected result. Those decks are all quite favored against Priest. That's a tough draw there for Lamail here in the early rounds. But good games by Jammy. Well played. Able to pick up their first series with a 3-0 sweep. For those of you just joining us, this is our 10th and final EU Championship Tournament for Classic Hearthstone. If you'd like, you can always click the link in the channel description, join the team, join the community, hang out, meet some people from Classic. The format may die, the server will continue on after that. All right, so who's on the docket to be watched next? Got a couple of options.
We've got a couple players in game. I'm trying to find a pair where I have both of them friended. It looks like Virtus Pro and Zico. They're playing, but the game is, the match is a 2-0 right now, so it might be almost over.
Okay. Yeah, we'll probably see that in most of our matches here in the first round. A lot of players playing very quickly as well.
Warfarina and Zap G are also in the game. They're at 1-1, so maybe we can hop in.
Let's drop in
this match.
Yeah, let's take a look, see how they're doing. Well, I always like to give folks who haven't been on stream before, for whom this is their first tournament, I always like to give them a little bit of time at the beginning here to show off some of these decks. We don't usually have too many dark horse candidates that end up making it to the finals. Sometimes we do. And we're coming in on an interesting one here. Looks like Tempo Mage on Tempo Mage Violence. This is not a common thing that you see on the ladder. So Zap G, not sure exactly what this secret is. I'm assuming that it's a counterspell right now. Got a couple of Scarlet Crusaders in the deck. That's a card we don't see too often. It's a card that really can be quite strong in certain circumstances, but is a bit situational. With 1 HP, it doesn't trade well into decks that have a lot of instances of damage. It does trade well into things like Druid, which may have a little bit of trouble dealing 2 consecutive sources of damage to this Scarlet Crusader. But yeah, Zap G taking control of the board a little bit here. Got Mana Worm, Kirin Tor Mage, and Loot Hoarder, all sort of protected by this mirror image. But Zap G also running a little bit low on cards. He has managed to bring Morph down to 14 HP, which is a pretty crucial point here for Tempo Mage. They have Fireballs, Frost Bolts, things that can finish their opponent off. And with the draw from Loot Hoarder, Zap G, and the Azure Drake, Zap G in a pretty good spot here. We're going to play the Azure Drake, probably digging for some burn. I think it's likely that we'll see a lot of face damage here trying to close it out. And Warfighter, unfortunately, not finding some of that removal that can be so helpful in this matchup. Even so, with a counterspell up, it's really hard to make any progress here. Once the Tempo Mage establishes a board there with counterspell, it's tough to deal with it. So Zap G going to win the Tempo Mage, or I guess you'd call it a Tempo Mage, minion focused mage here. Going to win that mirror, go up 2-1 in the series.
2 for Zap G, correct?
Yeah, let me just double check that. Yeah, so 2-1 for Zap G. Looks like he has one with his Priest and his Mage. He's got a Hunter deck left. And Warfiner, on the other hand, here has one with the Mage, so he's got a Priest and a Mage lined up for the last 2. We'll see how that goes. Alright, gonna opt to bring that Mage one more time. Mage against Hunter. And this is that infamous Trap Hunter now, isn't it? Do believe so.
Oh, it's
Oh
Control
no,
Hunter.
this is... Yeah, okay. So, got some cards that we don't normally see here. Multi-Shot, one of those cards we don't see a lot. Twilight Drake, a single copy. That's a very interesting inclusion. 2 copies of Pyromancer, so really focused on those board clears, especially against minion-heavy decks. And as well as 2 copies of Flare, which do synergize well with the Wild Pyro. And for Warfiner here, that these secrets are going to be a little bit tough to pull off. Flare is a pretty good tech card against him. So we'll see how that goes. But it's a very strong start here. Argent Square really Hall of Famed in the classic format. Very good start. Tough to remove. Deals well with early aggression. And is also just kind of a pain in the ass as it runs in for 1 damage every single turn. Warfener with a
Argent
little bit of
Squire
a...
particularly is, yeah, it's pretty troublesome for the hunter just because it messes with the freezing traps and the deadly shots. It doesn't really have, it gives you a second minion to dodge those.
Absolutely, absolutely. Being able to trigger traps at the right time is really key against these trap-heavy hunter lists. But a good start here, having Argent Squire into Loot Hoarder. Worth noting this Tempo Mage deck. This is a very tough deck to play. There are a lot of resources, some of them quite cheap. And unlike Miracle Rogue, which has lots of cheap resources, Tempo Mage, on the other hand, doesn't have Gadget Zan to reload. So also doesn't have Gadget Zan to just hold those resources in hand and then blow them all at once. Nice clear here from Zap G. Got the Pyromancer Hunter's Mark to deal with that coined water elemental, and already establishing a pretty decent board. Be a little bit tricky to deal with this. We'll see if there are a couple of lines I can see here. Frostbolt on Leok and Hero Power on the Wild Pyro. Seems like a very reasonable line to take. Not necessarily in a huge hurry as the Tempo Mage here, as we're playing against a control deck. Got about 13 turns before that Hunter Hero Power finishes the game, so well, it's a clock, but maybe a slow clock. Also noteworthy here, as I was saying, a lot of resources that can be used in flexible ways for Tempo Mage. One of those is Knife Juggler. Sometimes when we're playing aggro decks, we can just toss Knife Juggler out kind of early. It's a must-kill threat. It slows our opponent down. Instead of playing Wild Growth or something like that, they have to deal with the Knife Juggler. But with cards like Mirror Image or Mana Worm, these very cheap early minions or summons, Knife Juggler can get a lot of value in this deck. It's just hard to figure out exactly when you're supposed to play it. Now, Warfener with a nice turn here, I think, suspecting that when the bow goes up, there are likely other secrets that are going to go down. If we drop the Water Elemental, we get into trouble against Freezing Trap, because the Hunter doesn't have to remove it. It just waits for the Freezing Trap to be triggered. But putting down a smaller minion here and developing the Mirror Entity is good. Also worth noting that when you're playing against an opponent with 2 copies of Flare in their deck, sometimes it's best to just try and get your secrets out as early as possible, because otherwise we pretty much guaranteed that our opponent is going to draw into Flare. So I like the choice there to deploy that secret early. Now it's on board. Will make it a little bit more difficult for Zap G to develop his own board with something like Animal Companion Houndmaster on the next turn.
What to do? What to do?
So Warfener are trying to figure out exactly how to play this. The Water Elemental looks juicy against somebody that's got a bow up already. We've seen one Hunter's Mark, which is a very good counter to that. And we've also seen one copy of Freezing Trap. So Warfener are probably not expecting a second Freezing Trap here with 4 cards in hand for Zap G. Let's look at the bad news here in just a moment. Seems very logical that the Sorcerer's Apprentice would be played next in order to kind of try and trigger a trap, but actually going to opt for the Frostbolt instead, just freeze face. It's an interesting choice. Now that the freezing trap goes down, if we play Sorcerer's Apprentice or Scarlet Crusader or something on the next turn here, they can't be pinged off by that Eagle Horn bow, so I don't mind this. Zap G doing a good job of getting good use out of that hero power. It's one thing about the classic format that's a little bit different than other formats where are just regular old vanilla hero power because of the power level of the cards in the format. The hero power actually is a significant part of the game. So we're going to see Zap G doing the same thing of just trying to hero power every single turn. Trickle in damage with those hunter minions, trickle in some damage with the bow, whatever else. And then and just use the hero power to finish off the rest of that HP total. So Warfare, I don't believe he knows exactly what this secret is. Could be explosive trap, or it could be misdirection. It's not a snipe. So knows that if he swings face, that will definitely trigger this trap. So we'll see if he actually decides to do that. Might just bump into Leok, get a little hero power here. Alright. Finds out it's freezing trap. A little bit of an awkward situation here. Looks like he's going to play that 4-mana Knife Juggler, try and get some creatures on the board. Zap G picking up another Hunter's Mark here with the Pyro. It's a great combo for sure. Able to get a little bit of chip damage in here with the Houndmaster. We'll see if he's going to choose to... nope, doesn't choose to trade on the board. Not always very important to trade on the board against a mage. Mage doesn't have any ways to buff up their minions. No class-specific buff cards, so it's usually, it can be a little bit safer to allow mages to keep minions up. The downside, though, is once these minions are on the board, it can be kind of hard to clear them. So see how Warfare decides to do it. The Fireball on Leok makes complete sense. Can follow up with Arcane Missiles and hope that 2 of them hit this Houndmaster in order to get one last hero power off. If he chooses to
So actually, it
play,
looks like both players are trying to kill each other right now, yeah, both just trying to get in that kill range. Zap G actually doesn't have any Unleash to punish a wide board here.
Yeah, gonna be really hoping to find Explosive Trap probably here on the next turn. Can clear 2 of these minions with Pyro and Hunter's Mark. That high main coming at kind of an awkward time, not really. I suppose can follow up with high main. We miss out on a hero power. So looking at 10 total burn, probably. Yeah. Okay, so then this, quite the turnaround here. Zap G now in a position where we can bring him down to 2 HP with Fireball and Hero Power, but not any lower than that. Morphin are going to clear the board as much as possible, and just the same, doesn't quite have, they're both 2 off lethal this turn, so both going to have to figure out how brave they want to be in trades and everything else here. We'll see if Zap G chooses to trade here with the high main. If they don't trade with the high main, they're dead. Fireball. And if they do, it's kind of awkward to have that high main frozen for the whole next turn. More or less just a cheap or expensive removal spell to take care of this water elemental. And just gonna go for it here. Swing face. Now we know both freezing traps are up, which are gone. So Warfare are feeling pretty confident to just swing face. And there we have it. Fireball face. And Warfare are able to bring it back, getting back in the series, now tied 2-2. So we'll see this Control Hunter again in the final match, and that'll be going up against Priest. Let's see. What Priest deck are we looking at here? Warfare. Or Fariner. I think I'm pronouncing that wrong. Okay, so this is a HP buff priest. Has 2 copies of the combo with Inner Fire, Divine Spirit to double a minion's health, double a minion's health again, and then give that minion attack equal to its health. Got some cards in here. Temple Enforcer, I feel like, is one of the most underrated cards in the format. Not that I'm a big priest fan myself, but Temple Enforcer, 6/6 body, gives 3 health to a minion, has a good battle cry. We see that in here. See a couple copies of Light Spawn, Injured Blade Master, some of these regular ones. We also see 2 copies of Light Warden, which you don't always see in these decks. Light Warden, a card that really can get out of control if it manages to stick on the board, although it has a little bit of a flimsy body as well with just 2 HP. Also see our boy Shield Bearer here as well, which for some decks can be really awkward to deal with. Decks that use spells to control the board as opposed to minions don't really like to spend spells on 0 attack minions, rather just punch those down with our own. Zap G starting off with a pretty decent hand here. Doesn't have great answers to the priest card specifically, but does have Animal Companion on 3 that has a 66% chance to roll a 4 attack minion, which is hard to deal with. And already a cheeky play here, getting a 4/4 Shield Master out. As FG does have a good response here with the Owl, silencing that minion, but there are only so many minions that we can silence here. It's still going to leave a 0/4 body up on the board, which in the future might be significant if we're looking for something to combo here from Warfare's perspective. So opting for a quick power word shield here. Going to see what else we have. Drawing the Gadget Zan. So I suspect we're going to see Warfarer try and probably wait this one out for a little bit until he can get that Gadget Zan, coin, silence some of these 0 cost and 1 cost cards. Power word shield, there's still a copy in the deck as well. So hoping probably to draw some of those, cycle through some cards, find that combo. And Zap G with a lot of choices here. Looks like might opt for the most efficient one here. Master. Now going to go with Misdirection and Hero Power. Always good to keep hero powering. Light Warden gets misdirected, goes face. I'm not going to get any more minion damage done. Out comes the Blade Master. We're going to see the coin? Yeah, I think we are going to. Oh. No coin yet. No coin hero power. And this is a little bit awkward to deal with. Zap G's perspective. I'm thinking the explosive trap may be followed up by multi-shot. I opt for Animal Companion instead. Getting that snipe up. And that snipe is going to be pretty crucial seeing these Gadget Zans in hand. But while it can clear 1 Gadget Zan, it can't quite clear both of them. And Warfarer with a tough choice here, whether to trade with the Light Warden or with the Injured Blade Master. Trading with the Injured Blade Master sets us up a little bit more for Explosive Trap. Trading with the Light Warden does reduce a little bit of our potential here as we move forward. And Warfarer are going to make a practical choice to play the Auchnai Soul Priest here and soak up that snipe. Knows that if they wait 1 more turn to play Gadget Zan and get that sniped, the Hunter's going to start to get a couple of turns in there where they can try and stabilize. So I don't necessarily mind burning the coin in this situation. Although with this 2 Gadgets in hand, it's a little bit awkward. G, contemplating explosive here, trying to weave in as many hero powers as possible. With multi-shot as well. I might have waited on that multi-shot there until a little bit later. Priest does have 2 Circle of Healing, so they could heal up after the Auchnai dies to the Explosive Trap. I might have opted for high main there. If we're going to play a secret, might have opted for bow. We saw in the last game in this series that bow did a lot of damage. Many secrets triggered, could constantly hit with it. So now bow is still good, but playing a little bit behind. And Zap G got to be a little careful here too, down to 16 HP. There's 8 on the board, plus 2 more from the hero power. It's 10, puts Zap G down to 6. And the minions just keep rolling in. Let's see, do we have lethal with Divine Spirit here?
No inner fire.
Yeah, no inner fire, so unfortunately no. But the Gadgets and Power Word Silence combo is going to be pretty good here. Holy Smite, also not a bad card to pick up here. Any little tiny source of damage is going to put Zap G even closer to the precipice. And with no healing in the deck, that's going to be a potential problem. Now, sometimes it can be really scary to leave up this this high main, but I don't think in this situation are too concerned about it. Still going to play it safe. I suppose it can be taunted up with the Houndmaster, and we're out of 0 mana silences, so good practical choice here. Not playing it too greedy from Morph Earner's perspective. Knows that he's got a good grip on the game right now. Has a lot of minions to follow up depending on how things get cleared. And Zap G with an unpleasant choice here, having to bow down this Gadgets and Auctioneer with Hunter's Mark. A lot of times we want to use Hunter's Mark in conjunction with Wild Pyro. It's not only 0 mana, but also just clears something off without us having to take face damage. And that'll do it with the Holy Smite to the face. That's 4 plus 2 plus 2. And Warfare and are able to get some success here with the Priest deck, with this Gadgets and Priest. Cool deck. I like it. Another thing I like about this deck is there are no one-ofs. So a lot of times, when you see only 2-ofs in a list, it shows that a person is very confident in their core idea that they don't need tech cards in there. No legendaries at all. So, yeah, neat series there. And good games, well played by both. It was a really good one of the series here to start off. All right.
Yeah, interesting decks by both players as well.
Yeah, I like one thing that we've seen a lot more recently is the sort of rise of Priest in these tournaments, where a couple of players have tried a couple different archetypes, and it hasn't been altogether unsuccessful. So we've seen combo Priest, we've seen just HP buff Priest without the combo as sort of almost like a Druid counter. In a way where you just contest the board with bigger minions than the Druid has, which almost sounds crazy to say, but it's a thing. And of course, just traditional Priest lists as well. We've seen some also very control-y long game Priest lists. So yeah, really neat to see this class that traditionally has been the weakest in Classic. Really neat to see a lot of players bring that. All right. So I can take a quick peek and see where we are in the bracket right now. Looks like we've had a few matches finished.
Find the match where I have both players friended. We've already seen Jammy. Jammy's playing Tipo right now.
Mm-hmm. How about you got Arceus on there?
Any other match? I don't have Arceus, I believe.
Oh, no problem. No problem at all.
Yeah.
Well, we could take a look at Tipo and Jammy here. Tipo is our current reigning EU champion from the last tournament. And I believe that was a dark horse run as well. I believe first tournament, won his very first tournament. So congratulations to him. We'll see if he can defend his title here today and be the eternal reigning classic Hearthstone champion. And speaking of Priest, Here's a 4/8 Gadgets and Auctioneer on the board with a Questing Adventurer in hand too. Really seeing a lot of this. I don't even know what to call it, priest deck today, but it's cool. It's really neat. So it looks like Jammy trying to clear board here does not want to deal with that Gadget's hand on the next turn, and rightfully so. This Questing Adventurer plus Power Word Shield combo is going to be super annoying. Picking up a second Power Word Shield, that can be pretty useful here with the Pyro in hand. It does give an option to clear the Senjin off and cycle through some cards. And nice play here, opting to Power Word Shield once before before playing the Pyro, so that Questing Adventure doesn't take so much damage. We already see one Keeper of the Grove out. I'm not sure if we've seen another one here, but having already seen Keeper of the Grove, it makes it much less likely that this Questing Adventurer is going to be pinged off. And Sylvanas is one hell of an answer to that. It's going to be tough to deal with this. I suppose there are a couple of routes to go here now that we've picked up Inner Fire. Not going to get too much juice out of it. It's only essentially 3 damage in this spot, and then we're going to lose that minion to Sylvanas. So really tricky spot here for Tipo to see how he navigates this. Might just have to Hero Power his own face, knock down this Keeper of the Grove, yeah, and then just Hero Power. Yeah, I think the intention here is to Holy Nova on the next turn to try and clear the captured Questing Adventurer off. So Jammy also with some possibilities here. I'm not sure exactly what cards he's got in hand, but being able to trade in with Sylvanas and potentially play a couple of cards to get this Questing Adventurer out of Holy Nova range, that would be very annoying. Also possibilities to use the cards like Ancient of Lore to heal this up. I'm just going to go with Druid of the Claw here. Alright, well, Holy Smite, not too bad to pick up here. It gives us an additional option to clear this Questing Adventurer. Holy Nova still may be the play here, I would think. It's not a particularly useful card against Druid, and so getting that out of our hand allows us to have a cheaper spell there in the future. And if we're looking at a list with Gadgets and Auctioneer, we'd rather have Holy Smite in hand than we would Holy Nova. So I agree with this decision here by Tipo to play Holy Nova, Hero Power face. But as always, we're starting to get into combo range pretty quick here. So there's a definite clock here for Tipo, and facing down 2 4-attack minions on the board with a Shadow Word Pain and a Shadow Word Death in hand is a tough proposition. Contemplating whether to play 2 copies of Holy Smite, and it's going to do it. At some points we have to just make the practical choice here and preserve our HP total. We don't know how many turns it's going to be until we can find a resource to either deal with this Yeti or put something on the board ourselves that'll put us in an assertive position. And the immediate punish here with the BGH, normally kind of a flimsy minion at a 4/2 body, mostly played for its battle cry, but in this situation with Holy Jammy. Yeah, looks like it. Jammy's going to be bringing that mid-range shaman. And T-Po's got his choice here. He can do play priest again. Could play warrior as well, whichever one thinks is favored against the shaman. Not so familiar with priest that I can really definitively say whether it's great against mid-range shaman. But I would imagine with cards like Holy Nova and Pyromancer is probably not so bad. And indeed, T-Po's gonna opt for the priest here. And gonna drop out a Tempo Pyro on turn 2. That's a bold play, especially against a deck where Pyro can get a lot of value. When you're facing down a whole bunch of these little totems, sometimes it's nice to be able to clear those off with a Pyro. And indeed, the totems, there'll be a lot of totems throughout the game. It's a slow matchup, so I'm a little surprised that that was trotted out so early. But does draw out a Lightning Bolt, too, from his opponent, so not bad.
Is someone injured?
Alright. And T-Po going to respond here by playing an Acolyte and a Northshire Cleric. Now this is a little bit of a tricky situation here for T-Po. Senjin is just about the most perfect punish that we could ask for. 5 health. We don't have a Shadow Word Pain in hand, and T-Po's gonna bonk his own Acolyte here to get 2 cards. Hope to maybe find Power Word or Shadow Word Pain. Finds Questing Adventurer and Holy Smite instead. Not necessarily the most useful cards in the circumstances. Feels bad to float so much mana here, but I'm gonna just throw out the Holy Smite there. I guess anticipating maybe that we play Holy Nova next turn. Yet another 4-attack creature here for Jammy.
Embrace the void.
Job done.
And Akanai Soul Priest, good follow-up. Now it makes more sense to me. I was thinking Holy Nova follow-up, but yeah, bringing out the Akanai Soul Priest, getting a little ping there on the Senjin to finish it off. Couldn't do that if we hadn't played Holy Smite last turn. So, Jammy looking at a pretty good hand here. A lot of burst, a lot of things to do on their turn. Not sure what exactly we'll see. A lot of possibilities. Gonna opt for the Fire Elemental. I think Doomhammer plus Earthshock was another choice there it could have made. Lava Burst did line up well with the Akanai, but maybe not necessarily the right time for it. It's a good card to burn face, and our only follow-up would have been to play a totem with it. So solid choice here from Jammy taking the initiative on the board, but does allow T-Po here to maybe Shadow Word Death. It's at 30 health, so not super worried about some of that damage coming in. See how he chooses to play it here. Holy Nova clears the Drake. Shadow Word Death clears the Fire Elemental. Can't clear both in the same turn, so. Possibility here to play Gadget's End plus Divine Spirit to just put that Gadget's End up at 8. I don't really like that line much, even though we do have 2 Gadget's Ends in hand. I would expect that Holy Nova or Shadow Word Death is going to be the play here to start clearing off some of that stuff. And T-Po's going to go with the Holy Nova. Good choice. Jammy in pretty good position here. And it looks like a little problem with the stream here. I'll try and get that sorted out. Looks fine on mine, actually. I think it was just for a moment. Yeah, it's working fine. I can see it now. Just a momentary issue there, so yeah, we're good. Okay. So Jammy's sitting here again in a pretty commanding position. A lot of times, the larger the shaman's hand size, really the stronger they get, because they have a lot of different options of spells, minions to play, and also just the options of like totem weight and remove your opponent's stuff. So Jammy in exactly this position here got a lot of options. Could hex this gadget's hand, could choose to develop the board a little bit more. Here, gonna opt maybe for. Interesting. I'm gonna go with the Flame Tongue in order to trade. I was thinking the Earth Shock plus a little whap from the weapon, but I trade off one of those totems. Alright. Well, not a great way to clear this Drake right now. Sometimes can be a little bit scary to put that Flame Tongue next to the Drake, as the Drake is a good 4/4 body that's tough to remove. And T-Post decided now is the turn to start cycling, so I'm going to start it off with Gadget's Hand, Divine Spirit. We'll get the bad news here when Hex arrives next turn. This is the last Gadget's Hand, so this is about all that T-Post is going to be able to draw without playing the Acolyte and Northshire Cleric. And Jammy with a couple options. I do feel like when you're facing an 8 health creature like this, probably the best, well, it's probably the best use of Hex that we're going to get, although technically Earthshock would probably do fine in this situation too, just bringing the Gadget's Hand down to 2. Gonna go for the safe approach. Developing the Mana Tide Totem is good, as Jammy's starting to run out of resources a little bit, has burned through some of those, is looking to, yeah, just refill that hand a little bit, draw some cards. Ooh, and one hell of a pickup here for Tipo. He's got to be happy about that. Now has the option for a full clear here with Akanai Circle, can develop behind it with an Acolyte. Yeah. Trusting is a possibility, but it seems more likely that. Okay,
Is someone injured?
go with it. Thalnos Lightning Storm though is looking pretty juicy, and he's gonna trot it right out. No need to high roll there. And Jammy back in control. Drops a Flame Tongue Totem, and it's a very nice board. And Tipo with a little bit of frustrating hand, not able to activate this Pyro in any way. So looks like just gonna dump the rest of the minions here. Looking at 12 HP, kind of a tough spot. I think that's exact lethal. Well, spell damage, I suppose it's 1 over. So Jammy able to pull it out and defeat the reigning EU champion right now. Going up 3-1. So well played by Jammy, and a good match overall there between him and Tipo. Being a repeat tournament winner, one of the very toughest things to do in this format. We have a couple people who have managed to win several tournaments, but has required quite a few attempts. So Tipo not quite able to stay there. See, it looks like maybe somebody's having trouble reconnecting, but I think the writing's on the wall here.
Yeah, the Jammy has lethal on board, right? This is, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. There should be no
Yep.
dispute here.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of a frustrating game there for Tipo. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say that was an internet connection issue, but there we go. Both players exploding. I think we can adjudicate that one in favor. Okay, so that finishes up yet another series here at our 10th EU Classic Hearthstone tournament. We're getting pretty close to the semifinals here. Taking a look at the bracket, we've got a few folks who have managed to advance quite far. We've got Sticky Pickle up here in the top bracket. We'll be joined by Jammy and Killian or Sissia, whichever you want to call them. And Watkins advancing in the lower bracket there. So we've got Freaks against Zizuk playing in the lower bracket. We've got Sator against Virtus Pro up in the top bracket there. We're getting pretty close to our semifinals. Maybe we can drop in.
Check if I have Zizuk.
One of the nice things about casting Hearthstone tournaments is you just kind of make friends by default. It makes me feel special when I have like 100 friends online, as if I'd earned all of those friends. So yeah, a couple of matches here. We could probably. Looks like Jammy and Killian are going to be starting. We've already watched Jammy a little bit today. Got Patish against Warfarener. It's another one. Got Arceus against Origami. It's 1-2 right now, and Sator against Virtus Pro is 2-0 so far for Sator. So, looking at
it seems like I've only got. Seems like I've only got about one person for each of these matches. Right?
That's okay. It's okay. We don't. All players have been reminded to add you to their friends list. I'll throw out a little thing in the chat here to everybody who hasn't. Just make sure that we got everybody in there.
So since we've just seen Jammy, I guess let's jump into Patish versus Warfarener. Their series is at 1-1 right now, whereas most of their series are.
Yeah, cool. I'm into it. And this one should be a good one. Patish was the first EU tournament winner. It'd be kind of cool to be the Alpha and the Omega there, be the first EU tournament winner and the last EU tournament winner. I'm sure that style point isn't lost on Patish. So it looks like we're seeing more priests today. Another Temple Enforcer here. And Patish in a pretty good position though already. Has a good solid hand lined up. Has this Harvest Column on the board that's kind of annoying to deal with. No Cabal Shadow Priest to get that massive value there. Warfarener are going to play a little slow here. Just develop the Shield Bearer onto the board. And just keep healing it. It's actually a pretty reasonable answer to this Harvest Column. Now, Patish probably with the hand read here that if we're just playing Shield Bearer out, probably don't have significant meaningful buffs to play with it. So might not be overly concerned with using the Rock Biter here to clear. Might want to develop his own board instead with something like Feral Spirit. It does run the risk of this Shield Bearer getting buffed, of getting interfired, but probably an acceptable risk at this point. And I like this play to just develop Feral Spirit. If we don't develop Feral Spirit this turn, things like Pyro, Holy Nova can clear our whole board. Deal with that. So Temple Enforcer coming down, and at a 6/6, it's not an easy minion to deal with, especially with the distribution of damage currently in Patish's hand. With 4 mana, the Defender of Argus doesn't look too bad, but still going to get 2 for Wand at least here by this Temple Enforcer. And Warfarener has some backup for it, has the ability to continue to buff it up, play Circle of Healing, the Light Warden. That Light Warden starts to get pretty big too. So Patish gonna opt instead to develop a new minion, bringing out that Senjin Shield Mastiff. And just accepts that one of these minions here is... A couple of these minions are gonna die. Now Warfarener... It's a tough turn. 2 Divine Spirits in hand feels, of course, always a little bit bad. Anytime we're thinking about, oh, if my opponent has, really good hard removal, feels awkward to buff this thing up. But hey, you're in the last tournament here, so sometimes just take chances. And that is a 6/24 Temple Enforcer. That thing is going to be beating away at this Shaman board for quite a while. And Patish, with only direct damage in hand, really doesn't have an answer for this currently. I do expect it'll take a while for the Temple Enforcer to chew through all these taunts, so I do expect that the Mana Tide totem comes down here. Maybe Mana Tide with a hero power trying to build up a couple of totems to get a Stone Claw. That wouldn't be too bad. The Mana Tide, yeah, is probably necessary at this point. Okay, well, big wide board for Shaman, a hell of a tall board here for Warfarener. Ironically, even if the Inner Fire comes down here on this Temple Enforcer, it still has a couple of turns before it can properly chew through all of these minions on the board. So Patish with a very clutch pickup here with the Hex. The one hard removal spell that's really necessary to take this Temple Enforcer down. And I have a feeling won't have too much trouble making that decision. So clears the light spawn, gets the Hex off here. Sure, Warfarener, yeah. Doesn't... He sees the writing on the wall, doesn't need to continue that game. So it was a decent gamble with not that many cards in hand. Sometimes you just got to play what you got and hope your opponent doesn't draw the answer. And for a couple of turns, Patish wasn't able to draw a Hex, but the deployment of the Mana Tide totem last turn got him one draw closer to Hex, was able to pick it up that turn, not take too much damage on the board from that giant Temple Enforcer, and close it out. So that'll bring this series to a 2-1 lead here for Patish. He's looking at bringing his Druid and Warfarener with a choice of Mage or Priest. Gonna bring the Priest again. I think a lot of folks probably trying to get their last few Priest games in here before the season is finished, or format is finished forever. And this is a tough one. Priest into Druid is always a tough matchup. We'll see how Warfarener decides to do it here. I think probably is going to want to be curving out with minions every single turn if possible, and hope to hit 5 minions in a row before getting to Temple Enforcer on 6. Buff's not always super useful in this matchup, and Patish an excellent starting hand here with Wild Growth, Keeper of the Grove, and 2 copies of Chillwind Yeti. But Warfarener, on the other hand, does have an Inner Fire here to get things going, make this Shield Bearer a little bit bigger. Could also choose to just deploy 2 Northshire Clerics and be ready to draw some cards in anticipation of maybe a Keeper of the Grove. But he's going to start chipping away early. This will mean at least 8 damage before, as the Wild Growth goes down here. Maybe more, depending on whether Keeper of the Grove or Chillwind Yeti comes out on 4. Probably Keeper. Pretty straightforward turn here from Warfarener. We'll see if he just decides to deploy the second Cleric. I don't think it's a terrible idea. Druid doesn't have 3/3 damage AoE board clears or anything like that, so it seems reasonable. And Patish, yeah, gonna play with fire here. chooses to play Chill Wind Yeti on the board rather than just going for the silence. And no way to leverage these Northshire Clerics without healing the Yeti, so brings out the Light Spawn instead. Another generally decent pickup here for Patish with the Azure Drake. And also the possibility to coin out Black Knight and just kill this Shield Bearer outright. Is, I think, the only taunt in the deck, so not really going to get much value out of Black Knight except for killing a 4/4 Shield Bearer, so I would expect that's the play. Silencing the Light Spawn doesn't seem like a terrible idea either. Running in the Yeti. And yeah, Patish is going to go for the silence on the Light Spawn here. Doesn't want to deal with that getting any bigger. Ooh, that's a lot of cards. That is a lot of cards. So Warfarener's got to be careful not to overdraw himself, but he can bump both of these Northshire Clerics into the Keeper of the Grove, play Blade Master, circle, heal everything up. And now having that Auchenai on board makes a little bit less sense to, or in hand, makes a little bit less sense to do that. Still going to opt for the circle here, wants to kill the Yeti first, so doesn't get quite as much value, but does get 3 cards off of this circle. So Patish sitting with a pretty heavy hand here. Has a lot of cards, but can only play 1 per turn. Whereas Warfarener, picking up a few cards of his own, does have the Auctioneer in hand. Probably not the right time to deploy it next turn unless we really get ahead on board. Wouldn't say there's perfect synergy between all of these cards, but... And Patish opts for Sunwalker, which at 4 attack, 5 health is pretty annoying. If you thought Yeti was annoying to play against this priest, Sunwalker is a whole other thing. But, see, now with Inner Fire, there is an activator for the Light Spawn. Can make that an absolutely enormous minion. That is a 14/14. And with the Holy Smite on the Sunwalker here, Warfarener bringing Patish within 1 point of death. So quite the turnaround. Can bump in with these 2 minions, finish it off with Holy Smite, and next turn set up to just play Auchenai Hero Power for lethal. So and Warfarener sitting and thinking here. I'm not entirely sure why. I suppose it's always good to make absolute double, triple sure that what you want to do is what you're doing. And yeah, it brings Patish down to 1. Not only is there no way to deal with this Light Spawn, but even if there were a taunt that could be played, Auchenai Hero Power is going to finish it off. There's no way for a Druid to remove that 14/14 and heal themselves up next turn and that turn. So, Warfarener pulling it out, bringing the series up to 2-2. That means our final match here is going to be this mid-range Druid from Patish against... what kind of a mage are we looking at here from Warfarener? This one is Tempo Mage. So Tempo Mage, typically pretty favored into mid-range Druid. It's one of those decks that can get off to a pretty strong start and then use Counterspell and Mirror Entity to protect its board and just continue. Both of those secrets can be extremely backbreaking for a Druid, especially without the coin here for Patish, where if Counterspell comes down, there really aren't. You almost just can't cast spells for the rest of the game as the Druid unless you're ahead. Not a lot of ways to break the Counterspell, and without that, it's really hard to be able to cast removal spells on this board here for Warfarener. We'll see just how greedy Warfarener wants to get here too with Sorcerer's Apprentice mirror image. I have a feeling that just one mirror image is probably the right choice. I don't think we necessarily want to. But might go all out on it. No, just gonna play it conservatively. No reason to go too crazy yet. Patish hoping to protect the board a little bit here. Water Elemental, good pickup. Coin for a little bit more damage on the Mana Worm and develop a board. Water Elemental's a really annoying minion for Druid to deal with. They simply don't have a source of damage that does 6. So no way to remove it without 1-for-1ing themselves. And indeed also their minions don't really have more than 5 attack. So yeah, Water Elemental always going to be a strong card in this matchup. Now Patish, knowing that secrets can start to come down soon, has to make some choices here, and I think swipe is the correct one. Just trying to get rid of that Mana Worm before it's completely out of control. And Warfarer are going to start it off with Arcane Missiles, see where those land, if he can get a Hero Power in to kill it. Oh, doesn't even need the Hero Power. So, develops the Kirin Mage, and Patish with an absolutely enormous top deck there with the swipe. Able to start stabilizing a little bit. Warfare's running out of cards. Not, it's not the worst thing. He's got still more damage on the board, bringing Patish down to 15. With a couple of, let's see, got 2 Fireballs in the deck still. 2 Frostbolts in the deck still, so still a decent amount of burn that Warfarer can draw. He's looking at 2 Arcane Intellects as well that can get him closer, so gonna just choose to dump the hand, get all of the minions out at once. We know that there are no more swipe. And Patish with one of those hands, we can only really play one thing at once. Warfarer are choosing whether to go face or not here. My vote is face, and looks like that's where he's headed to. So bringing Patish to 5. That young priest is starting to get a little bit of value, bringing that, bringing the Water Elemental out of range. And we'll see here if what Patish chooses to play. If he plays Force of Nature and it's Counterspell, the game is over. If he plays one of the minions and it's and it's Mirror Entity, the game's probably over as well. So guesses correctly there. Doesn't get Counterspelled, is able to survive. Okay, well, 1 point off lethal. Arcane Intellect, definitely the thing you want to see off the top here. This would have to be the world's unluckiest Arcane Missiles. It is not. Okay, so hell of a series there. 2-2. Warfarer are able to win that best of 5, 3-2. So Patish, our very first EU champion, makes it a couple of rounds and has a great match. See those players finishing up now. All right, so I wonder what's going on in our bracket here. Had a couple of matches finish up. Looking at a couple of folks that are getting pretty close to the semifinals. We've got.
We have Solid Rusty, Sticky Pickle, and Sator Virtus Pro. They're right at their last game, so we might get a jump start on that quarterfinal match. And this same, actually, the winner here, so Warfreiner will be queuing into Arceus right now in the quarterfinals. And I did get Arceus added as a friend, so we could follow Warfreiner there, or we could wait for either Sator or Virtus Pro to finish.
I would be interested in seeing how this series is going to end here between Sator and Virtus Pro. Maybe we can catch the last game of that series and just see.
Yeah, let's check it out. I am not friends with Sator, I believe. But let's check it out.
Oh, he won't have any cards in his hand anyway. Okay, so what we got here? Okay, so Virtus Pro with Zulok into Handlock. It's traditionally Handlock. I think if you miss your draws, you lose. Sure. But if you don't, then you cast Shadow Flame on a gigantic board and clear everything. So looks like Sator does have the Shadow Flame in hand. And Virtus Pro can start tapping, trying to get some more cards in hand. We'll see if Sator has a nice follow-up here, Defender of Argus, or maybe can't quite tap into Giant, unfortunately. I could start maybe tapping a little bit here. It's always a little bit dangerous. Ops for the Farseer to the healing of the Drake. That's a good play. Pretty much any time we're playing against Zoo, we really can just play the value game, trading on board. And ouch. It's a awkward pickup into another awkward pickup. Now, the first Soulfire is able to dodge. He's able to dodge discarding Doomguard or Soulfire with the first one. That's solid 13 damage that was in hand, plus the Archer is 14. So Virtus Pro going to have a little bit of a tricky time trying to get rid of Soulfire and Doomguard here without having either one discard the other. And I tell you, top decking to 2 Soulfires into a Doomguard. All of our Zoo fans out there are probably cringing at the RNG there. That's a hell of an unfortunate roll. But Virtus Pro does get to keep the both Doomguards. That said, his face is getting hit by really large giants. And interesting. You're gonna go face here. I was thinking could clear one of the giants with the Archer and the Dark Iron Dwarf. That's Sator able to clinch it here with a Hellfire clearing off that last taunt. And not a bad Hail Mary play there from Virtus Pro. He's probably very frustrated by drawing all of the discard cards one after another. That's Sator able to win that slightly favorable matchup there. Okay, so more I guess we're in the quarterfinals still. More quarterfinalists showing up. So Sator will be playing Sticky Pickle there in the top bracket. We've also got Jammy against Killian here in the top bracket. Seeing how that finishes off. Looks like Warfare's taking a little tiny bit of a break here against, but we'll get that match started with Arcuous. Also got Freaks and Zishuk tied up 1-1. It's our last. I don't know what's. I guess it's octafinals there. So I suppose we could hop in and watch Jammy again. I think that's the only active match happening here right now. We do also have Freaks, if you've got Freaks there. Looks like Freaks against Zishuk is going on.
I do not have Zishuk. I just sent a request to Sator, so if we want, we could follow him in the next match against Solid Rest.
Yeah, fun. We could take a look at Freaks right now. We haven't watched him play yet today.
Okay. Let's see, so Freaks is playing Zishuk right now. They're 1-1.
Cool. Well, who doesn't like to draw Wild Growth on turn 8? Looking at a Druid mirror here. I'll take a little peek at these at these deck lists. So looks like Freaks is bringing a somewhat standard Druid list. Has a copy of Gnomish Inventor in there. Has an Acidic Swamp Ooze and a single copy of Moonfire as well, which is not the most traditional. But a couple of little tech choices in there. I always like Thalmos and mid-range Druid. I feel like the extra flexibility of being able to cast Swipe and spell power Swipe for 6 is good. And Zjik's list looks like a very conventional list. Has Harvest Golem in there early to deal with the annoying stuff. But otherwise a pretty conventional token Druid list with Argent Squire, Thalnos Loot Hoarder, Power of the Wild, Violet Teacher. This list does cut some of the other cards like Wild Growth. That's always been sort of a contentious issue with combo or with Token Druid in Classic, is whether or not you bring Wild Growth. There are some powerful combos, things like Violet Teacher, Innervate, Wild Growth, but they aren't necessarily great tempo moves all the time. So I would say I probably prefer the version without Wild Growth. And kind of paradoxically here we see Zjik with more cards in hand as the more aggressive deck. But Freaks has managed to stick this Karen on the board. And Karen is just plain and simple tough for Druid to deal with, or any of these board control decks. But Keeper of the Grove, just about the best answer that we've got in the deck for it. It does have Keeper for Karen. And Freaks probably hoping not to have to use this combo here. Picking up the Keeper of the Grove helps a little bit. Be able to ping off this Ancient of Lore. The combo is another possibility. Can clear the entire board with the combo and keep our Ancient of Lore pretty healthy. Does reduce our kill potential, but our opponent's got quite a bit of kill potential here as well. Freak sitting at 29 would die to a combo, but Zjik at 17 would also die to a combo if this Druid of the Claw weren't up. So Freaks' calculus right now is how greedy can we be? Can he afford to play Keeper of the Grove and hold the combo in hand rather than full clearing his opponent's board? Yeah, tough choices. Tough choices, and he's thinking through it. Gotta choose quick. And opts for the safe choice here with Force of Nature Saboteur. A lot of times, one thing I recognize in, well, maybe all forms of Hearthstone, but especially in Classic, is what really separates the good from the great players is like one turn every couple of games, maybe, where we have such choices like that. And good player, the best players know how to make the most practical choice that maximizes their winning chances and minimizes their losing chances. And Freaks there, I think, makes the correct choice to just clear the board. If he doesn't and gets greedy, you think, why did I even bother playing Keeper and whatever else? So Zjik gonna clap back here with double combo, and that's gonna be, oh no, not double combo, just adding a AGH to the board. So we've got 15, looks like 16 sent to the face. It's going to put Freaks down to 9, but it does have some answers here. The Keeper of the Grove is an answer. The Earthen Ring keeps him alive a little bit longer as well. Druid of the Claw can be played as a taunt here. Might consider that as well. It does line up nicely with this 5/3 BGH.
What to do?
But I expect that we're going to be seeing... Yeah, Druid of the Claw makes the most sense. We're definitely seeing the Keeper. And Freaks getting that ping off there. So both players here, HP totals are low. Freaks, despite having some cards in hand here, doesn't necessarily have a way to finish the game quickly. Will still take maybe a turn or two to do that. And Zizek, running out of steam as a token druid can be kind of tough. Making the choice there to draw cards and really live life on the edge. Bumps into the Druid of the Claw here twice. Bangs it down. Life at 7 HP. He's going to hope that he doesn't see a Force of Nature here or a Druid of the Claw charged in. So, a tough choice from Zizek there.
Well played.
And that will bring the series to a 2-1 lead for Freaks there after that Druid Mirror. Tough matchup, too. Druid Mirror tends to, or the Token Druid, I would say, I think there's some disagreement on this, but I think it does all the things that Druid hates. It establishes the board early that gets tall and is punished. So, yeah, able to pull it out there in the Druid Mirror. So that leaves Freaks with Warlock and Zizek with the choice between Hunter and Druid. And the survey says this Warlock deck is... I don't even know what we call it. The charge lock or burn lock essentially plays pretty much every source of direct damage that it can get. It's got Leroy, 2 Hellfires, 2 Arcane Golems, 2 Stone Tusk Boars, 2 Power Overwhelmings, Abusive Sarge, and Soulfire. That deck is built to fuck up somebody's health total. No Doom Guards in it either, which is interesting. You put all the charge minions in there except for the class-specific one. But it makes a lot of sense. Okay. Well, we've actually seen different variations of this Burnlock deck in previous tournaments, and my memory doesn't serve me well enough to remember who brought it last time, but we did see either the last tournament or the one before that. It's actually been quite successful. It's got one single goal, just deal as much face damage every turn as possible. Has some uncharacteristic cards here like Thalnos and Loot Hoarder that we wouldn't typically see in Warlock because, well, Warlock has a hero power to do that. But with a deck this quick and a deck that does this much damage, we don't really want to be hero powering as much always. We want to be just kind of drawing through our deck and establishing threats at the same time. And so Zizek gonna start by deploying this Worgen Infiltrator. Excellent card as well. I believe my first golden card also was a Worgen Infiltrator that I've had since I started playing Hearthstone way back in Naxxramas or GVG. Freaks with another strong card here as well. Got the Argent Squire. This already sets up a bit of a tough situation. Freaks also has the follow-up Archer to ping off this Worgen Infiltrator. But the Argent Squire, it's going to pose kind of a problem here trading for free with the Infiltrator. But Face Hunter, despite its name, it does do face damage every turn. It isn't necessarily the quickest deck. A lot of times it's less about how quick the deck is and more about how sure we are that we can get all of our damage in. So it spends a fair amount of time hero powering, doesn't always win the game super fast, but will find a way to reliably chunk down that HP total turn after turn.
One shot, one kill.
Alvin Archer, good follow-up here. And surprised not to see the coin. I would think a coin Thalnos or coin Loot Hoarder might be okay there. But maybe afraid of Explosive Trap. I think that's reasonable. Explosive Trap on 3 is not ideal for a Hunter anyway. Alright, so the bow, a very natural choice. Another good thing to know about playing the bow on 3 for the hunter is when you're playing against them, their most natural follow-up is explosive against aggro decks is explosive trap hero power on 4. So it's always a little clue as to what they might be in store for. I expect Freaks to trade on the board here and probably play Loot Hoarder or Thalnos, just as a little insurance against that explosive trap to at least get a card out of it. Alright, and goes for Thalnos. I might have gone for the Loot Hoarder there. It's got more damage. You know, if explosive trap doesn't hit the board, then Loot Hoarder is a superior play. Probably anticipating that explosive is in hand. Usually when you see the bow played on 3, you're expecting a secret. Misdirection here, it's as the game goes on, can be much more powerful. So I imagine Zizek is a little bit trepidatious about playing that right now. That Argent Squire is looking pretty good. Arcane Shot, a bit of a waste in this situation, but maybe Argent Squire, Hero Power could I suppose Arcane Shot something off here.
The light protects me.
And it's also time to start swinging with that bow. Just going face. Not too many things we want to hit with face to clear here, as it's such a going to be a close face race. Freaks with good sequencing here, trading off the Thalnos, figure out what he's going to get in hand. Okay, goes for life tap as well. Plays Novice Engineer. Now, we have to be a little careful with how often we life tap against this hunter deck, because with no healing in the deck and no taunts or anything like that, this can be our HP total as the Warlock can get pretty low pretty quick. He's picking up Unleash the Hounds. Would definitely prefer to play that with a Juggler on board already. It's about the best clear that he can get against this type of board. Typically, Unleash the Hounds isn't all that powerful when just played on its own. Zizek going to deploy this. Damage. And that is one large board that is very ready for an Unleash the Hounds here. So Zizek probably going to kill some of these. Don't have to kill everything. I'm probably going to kill some of these minions and then go face. And if we're looking at the amount of damage here in Freaks' hand, doesn't have enough to play Leroy and Arcane Golem next turn, so we're actually not looking at that much. Really just about 6 damage from hand right now. Could be up to 10 if we get Soulfire or PO on the next top deck. Got, let's see, 9 on the board. The 19 still not enough to deal lethal damage to Zizek next turn. So I imagine that Unleash the Hounds is in the cards here no matter what for Zizek, but whether he follows that with a hero power and Abusive Sergeant or Kill Command, we'll see. Hard to get an activator on Kill Command, but technically does do more damage this turn, so I'm going to go for the hero power. And Zizek actually trading a bunch. Not going to opt to trade those Loot Hoarders. This is a good high-level thing to remember when you're playing against opponents that have Death Rattles that draw cards is Don't let them draw cards on your turn. Make them choose between hitting face with a loot hoarder or training it into a doggy. So I like that idea. Hellfire possibility here. It's hard to clear this board without. It's kind of scary to play Voidwalker into a bow. I was pretty scared to leave these dogs up too with the potential for kill command. So yeah, gonna take the safe choice, play Hellfire, but our options are dwindling. I think we gotta play PO this turn just so that we're ready to play Leroy Arcane Golem next turn. We know that Zizek is sitting on lethal damage here, but this is the best chance. If Zizek didn't have lethal, then Leroy Arcane Golem would be lethal next turn after the little bump into the Voidwalker there. So good game, well played there. Zizek able to tie the series up 2-2. So going into the final match here, or final game of the match, we've got the Zizek who's going to be playing now his Druid deck, and Freaks who's going to be playing that same Burn Warlock deck, which is, I think, actually pretty decent against Druid. Kind of tries to hit the Druid while they're wild growthing and wasting their first turn doing nothing.
I must protect the Fire Lord. Your soul shall be mine.
But of course, this list doesn't. This is an aggro or a token Druid list, so not actually going to be able to necessarily just have free run of the board here as the Warlock. Alright, so Hellfire is, I would say, a potential keep sometimes against this Druid deck, depending on the pace at which we want to play the game. With Innervate and lots of early creatures, the Druid can get out of control, so it can be a good insurance policy to keep Hellfire. Not usually great, we'd rather develop our own board, but
The light protects me.
possible. Zizek with that Argent Squire top deck, that's going to be annoying to deal with here for Freaks. See if he opts for anything other than the Archer. Yeah, I'm going to go for the Archer and the board to clear this, so maintains one minion on the board. I don't think it's terrible to just go face. Yeah, I think the board definitely should be sent face. So it gets one extra damage in there, and it's a good play. Freaks with a little bit of awkwardness here with the two Soulfires in hand. He's going to want to get those out of the hand if possible. Not sure if this is the turn for it with Leper Gnome Soulfire. Yeah, instead just going to tap. Yeah, Zizek similarly with not really anything to do on turn 3 here, no early minions to play, but we'll be prepared next turn to play that Keeper of the Grove. Freaks with a convenient turn here of Leper Gnome, Argent, or Elven Archer and Voidwalker, but not going to opt for that. And rightfully so, the swipe deals with that really neatly. Probably also contemplating here potential Soulfire face, just to see if we can clear those out. Really want to keep those the highest sources of direct damage in our hand if possible. So given the number of 1 HP minions in Freaks' deck, I could see there being some consideration here for Hero Power plus Thalnos. Just trying to get as much juice as possible out of the Hero Power before playing the a card like the Keeper of the Grove. But at the same time, establishing a 2/4 body that can start to trade favorably on the board is also good as well. So yeah, not sure if Zizek's gonna play Keeper, play Thalnos Hero Power. We can see that the Thalnos Hero Power play will get a little punished by this Elven Archer, which can stop Thalnos from trading. But likewise, the Keeper of the Grove play gets punished by one of these Soulfires in hand as well. So. Okay, I'm gonna go for the Thalnos play. Here. As I mentioned earlier on the cast, one of the big differences between Classic and the other formats is the use of the hero power, frequent use of the hero power. Some classes like Hunter will want to use it like every single turn, if possible, after the first couple of turns, and some classes it's more like a strategic deployment of that. So here's Zizek opting to save one of those minions, doesn't want to get soul fired or anything like that, wants to just get Thalnos out there to just start trading. And looking at Freaks' hand here, yeah, the coil is good, the archer is good. Depends on how many minions he wants to commit to the board. Maybe drop, yeah, Novice Engineer. I think Leper Gnome makes a lot of sense here as well. Put stuff on the board that has Death Rattle. And one thing that we notice Freaks doing here is not overcommitting to the board. Tapping a lot, making sure that instead of playing out a whole handful of 1/1s, that he's being a little bit more conservative. And seeing the swipe in Zizek's hand, you'd think, oh, well, hell, that's going to be a great equalizer. But good defensive play here by Freaks, making sure that to take this kind of conservative approach. And we also see Zizek playing a little bit conservatively too, with plays like Hero Power Thalnos on the last turn. So Druid of the Claw, again, a little bit of a scary card to play here. It does work currently, but it's one of those cards that can be traded up into quite easily with this Warlock deck. One single power overwhelming trades into it. Soulfire trades fine into it. Multiple abusives trades into it, and develops a board. So probably going to see Freaks use the PO here, and yeah, another tap. Some more trading possibilities here if he really wants to use the Dire Wolf. That would bring Dire Wolf plus Mortal Coil as one way to move forward here on the board. Or Archer. Or PO. I'm gonna go for the PO on the little Novice Engineer. Zizek claps back with Keeper of the Grove Hero Power, getting to clear the board again. And Zizek in a position here at, let's see, 21 health, where he is starting to take some damage, but has done a pretty decent job of controlling his HP total so far, and now has been rewarded by controlling the whole board. But Freak's still going to continue the plan of drawing through the deck. Got a lot of decent amount of burn here. 8 damage plus the Hellfire is 11, so only needs 10 points of damage in order to continue. And Innervate, usually a pretty good card for Druid in my experience. Let's see if that swipe hits this turn with 2 swipes in hand, and seeing the conservative approach that Freaks is taking. Zizek might be thinking here, hell, I gotta launch this thing at some point. With 2 swipes in hand. You don't want to end the game with 2 swipes in hand when could have done more damage. So might just see swipe face and trade in with the Keeper here. Could also summon a little dude with Power of the Wild. Could also innervate out the Drake. Get 5 damage to face. Draw a card. Maybe it's a taunt.
Time waits for no one.
I always appreciate players that take their time in tournaments. A lot of times on the ladder, time is of the essence, and the slower you play, the slower you grind elo and ranks out. But in a tournament situation, if you lose 3 games, you're out. So I think this is smart. Oh, interesting. Chooses to swipe the Void Walker instead of face. It's 3 less damage, that Zizek does. Saves 1 HP on a minion, but maybe he was afraid of Hellfire Coil. We do see Hellfire Coil in Freaks' hand. Bad news is there is also an Archer there, so this play doesn't necessarily yield much. Okay. Freaks right back on the board. Has a decent amount of reload in hand since he's been tapping so judiciously this game. And if one of these minions survives, the abusive is going to get some value. Then we've got 8 damage with the Soulfire. Got an extra damage here with the Dire Wolf. So yeah, a couple of ways to do damage. Pretty decent hand here for Freaks. And Zizek now doesn't have that Innervate anymore. Doesn't have the option of Drake Swipe. Swipe double Loot Hoarder comes to mind. Yeah, just trying to contest the board a little bit here. And next turn, see, we're talking about 9 damage with Force of Nature, Power of the Wild. For a total of 12 if the Loot Hoarder survives. So I could see why Hero Powering here might be an attractive option. But having seen 2 Coils and 2 Archers already, probably feeling pretty confident. And, well, if Freaks taps here, he's dead. Has to... The only play right now is to stay alive, knowing what Zizek has is to play Hellfire and dump out the Loot Hoarder Direwolf. Zizek next turn has just 9 with Force of Nature, so after Freaks' Hellfire here, he'll be at 10. No room for Hero Power in there. Need 1 more mana for Zizek, but at the same time, a little scary because these 2 Loot Hoarders are going to draw cards.
Well played. There is fire in your heart.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. It's good to have you on the
Fantastic.
So, for all our folks at home, we have Phazure joining us. You had a hell of a series at the end of the tournament last night. Came about as close to winning the final NA championship as possible, but also taking home about a zillion first place trophies from the ladder over the course of your career. So, good to have you here, Phazure. Thanks for joining us.
For sure. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So, all right, here in the middle of Freaks against Zizek. And since we've added Phazure, we probably need a new screen share there. Really appreciate your...
Can't see it yet.
We will live in anticipation here. Yeah. For all the folks at home, operating these streams is surprisingly difficult and takes a lot of effort. So, Wdalin, you're doing fantastic. And it looks like that series just finished. Probably found lethal there at the end. Zizek did. So I'm taking a look at our bracket. We're advancing pretty deep in. We're getting close. We've got our first semifinalist so far. That's Jammy. Able to take a series 3-2 off of Killian. Really, really close series there. And big props to Killian for taking down No Time to Cry 3-0. And the top bracket, we've got Sator as our #1 seed and many-time repeat champion of the EU, even though he doesn't live in the EU, facing off against Sticky Pickle. That'll be determining our top bracket semifinalist. In the bottom bracket, we've got Warfarener against Arceus and Zizek against Watkins as well. Players are entitled to take a little break between rounds if they want. I know it's very stressful to play Hearthstone for like 6 hours straight, so wouldn't be surprised if Zizek took a little break here. You got Warfarener against Arceus. I know one of those is in a break right now, so maybe we can drop in on Sator against Sticky Pickle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome, awesome. So, what did we walk into? Ooh, a Ysera, you say? So Sator bringing Priest. I don't know if this is something we've seen before. Said at 9 HP with a Force of Nature in hand. Not something you always see. Yeah, it looks like Sator with this priest deck might be gunning for a victory here. See if Sticky Pickle has picked up a combo or a swipe. Yeah, oh, is it Innervate, Swipe, Hero Power? Oh, Innervate, Force of Nature.
Gotta love it.
Jeez. That's got to be a little tilting for Sator there, and stroke of good fortune for Sticky Pickle being able to play the absolute perfect way to get his last 3 cards out. So that's going to bring the series to 1-1, a tie. It looks like Sator won game 1 with and the Druid Mirror, and game 2 won here by Sticky Pickle with his Druid deck. So Sator still with Priest and Warlock. That's a hand lock. I can choose either one of those. And Sticky Pickle with Mage and Warlock. Let's see what those decks are. So Sticky Pickle's Mage deck here is a Giant's Mage, and his Warlock deck is Handlock. We might even see a Handlock mirror here, which might be kind of tight. I don't think any of us are Priest players here on the cast. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not sure exactly what we keep here. Playing against Giant's Mage, Shadow Word Death seems to be a good card. Yeah, I see Sator going to keep that. Hawkeye Circle, not as effective here. Not playing against like a board centric strat.
Mind if I roll knee?
All right, starting it off strong with a little loot hoarder here. Sator with the choice to Holy Smite if he wants. Doesn't have to. And so Sator's deck pretty control heavy here. Has Ysera, has Ragnaros, has Sylvanas, has a copy of Mind Control, copy of Cabal Shadow Priest and Harrison. So really fairly heavy control list here. 2 copies of Holy Fire as well. So Pickle with that Frostbolt in hand. It's going to be kind of nice here to deal with the Blade Masters, unless they get circled. Sator may be thinking of a way to get both of them out and get juice out of that circle, but that's not really the tempo play we're looking for. So, drops that Blade Master on 3, gets the circle off, makes it a little tricky for his opponent to deal with it. Frostbolt Ice Lance does kill it. Might be the preferred method here for Pickle, not let that thing get any bigger. But once Frostbolt Ice Lance does come down, next turn, another Blade Master coin, Hero Power, can create another threat. But yeah, Pickle here with decent answers to everything. Has Frostbolt Ice Lance this turn, has Thalnos Frostbolt to follow it up with against this next Blade Master, so probably feeling pretty confident here. Might even see the Akanai come out for Sator here rather than coining the Blade Master heal. Actually, Pickle gonna play with fire. Decides to just trot out the Thalnos. Doesn't care too much about this injured Blade Master. Doesn't want to use his Frostbolt Ice Lance on it yet. Maybe worried that that'll deplete too many resources. And Sator gonna take full advantage of that. Try and play these twin Blade Masters here. Yeah. So Pickle kind of thinking here, goes for the Hero power, huh? Now, with no Doomsayer in hand, I'm kind of surprised he's decided to let these Blade Masters live for so long. You'd think like Frost Nova Doomsayer is the intended follow-up, but yeah. Sator contemplating if he wants to use this Earthen Ring. I think he feels he's being baited right now. Either Pickle's hand is so terrible that he's just playing Thalanos for the cycle trying to find a solution, or he's being baited into putting too many minions on the board until then Frost Nova Doomsayer hits. So I like Sator's choice here. Good read. Even though we know it's not the case, that there's no Doomsayer in hand, but that's smart not to overcommit to the board. So Vape played. Here, one of these Blade Masters will go down to it. Probably good to try and proc that secret right now. Do it with the more injured of the injured Blade Masters. Oh, I'm not even going to proc it. Interesting. Funny thing here that maybe Sator has noticed is this. The Pickle's got 10 cards in hand, so just has to. Pickle really wants to clear these Blade Masters efficiently with like the Vaporize, but now has to use Blizzard just to get some of those cards out of his hand. And now even contemplating using the Ice Lance, though I'm not 100% sure that he wants to do that with Uncle Tony in hand. Tony Frostbolt Ice Lance is kind of one of those strong swing turns that I can use. So let's see what his choice is. I suppose it's worth mentioning that Sator here could very much tell that Ice Lance is the card in hand. It may be Mirror Image, but if your opponent has 1 mana and they're contemplating whether to play a card or not, there are only so many options that they have, so we'll be able to get a read there regardless.
I guess here I'm probably a fan of playing Rag.
What is a loon's will?
Freeze Mage traditionally has a hard time getting big minions like that, and even like a Doomsayer comes out, you can still pain it. I feel like you just want to put as much pressure in as you can at this point. 16 cards left in the Mage deck. Might not have all the Giants. You have 1 Death in hand as well. Just want to put them on the clock. So the point of Earthen, why would that be preferred over say Rag?
Well, I mean, there is a BGH in the deck, and it does it, and Pickle is currently holding the BGH, so it's a tough turn if they have the removal for Rag. I could see, yeah. I mean, they
will always have BGH for Rag, though.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like you'd rather play it earlier than later.
Yeah.
So that he does have more opportunities to draw into it.
Exactly. Like a lot of times, that's a very good thing to know about just Hearthstone in general. Is if your opponent has an exceptional counter to one of your cards, play that card more quickly. Don't let them draw the rest of their deck when they will inevitably find the solution to it. If you're the first one to find the threat, play the threat out and take the risk. Now, I'm not so familiar with Priest decks. I know that they don't play a ton of minions always, so maybe part of this idea here is to be a little conservative with Ragger. Yeah.
Yeah, there's an argument to being conservative if you can bait out the removal, but I don't. Is there anything else that can bait out BGH with this?
No, there isn't. There isn't. Let me see him playing it here. There's no like.
Out of fear of Moltons, I guess.
Yeah, I could see that. Like, if you're gonna pop the block, then yeah, you want to kind of be able to deal with it, deal with those Moltons later. But got a pretty good response here. A couple of good ones. So yeah, the Akanai Hero Power Shadow Word Death is good. Having, playing Sylvanas is also another possibility. Like, I don't think that it's so important here to play like Sylvanas and Shadow Word Death our own Sylvanas for an 8/8. Seems like she'll come in handy against the other army of giants that's going to be coming our way. And we'll see. Sator doesn't know that if this is Vape or Ice Block, is choosing to imagine that it's Vaporize, and that's paying pretty big dividends. These Blade Masters have been a real pain in the ass for Sticky Pickle here, just clearing the board over and over. So intentionally not walking into that. I'm not sure exactly what card in Sator's deck does want to walk into that. Vape, maybe a Northshire Cleric, maybe a Pyro or a Farseer, but it can be hard to get those cards to stick to the board. They're just so tiny. Pickle's sitting on a really full hand here. A lot of choices. Hasn't found any of his Doomsayers yet, so Frost Nova, or both Frost Novas, been sitting there for quite a while. I think would have liked to have just been able to cleanly clear this board a little bit earlier in the game. So a little unfortunate they're not getting those. And would be so nice to be able to play Ysera this turn. She's really kind of bulletproof against these mage decks that have no polymorph. With 12 HP, the mage is just going to run out of burn if they try and kill Ysera. But not quite the case with this Molten Giant on the board here. So we might expect to see, I think Sylvanas is a really good answer here.
Yeah, single Molten Giant I think is pretty good for the priest side here because he doesn't have to deal with, say, two of them at once. He can take his time and deal with one with all the mana that he has. So it's not as large by sweep. And he can do that cleanly with Holy Fire, Heal, and Smite. And then now, like, Mage's win condition is probably just Burn, particularly off Tony, but that can be hard against Priest. Because of the healing, as well as the second Holy Fire in the deck. So he really needs to pop up with a good Tony turn into a bunch of Burn. Because at this point, I think Priest is probably going to keep more of the board. So the second Molten Giant doesn't really do crap in this case. Whenever it comes out.
Yeah, I think that's I think that's accurate.
Really good for Priest, I think.
Yeah, I would think so too. They're just kind of running out of resources. Have the Tony Frost Nova here. So Sator going to be unable to remove Tony for the moment, but does have the answer here with Sylvanas.
This Tony is pretty problematic, actually. It gives him a really strong win condition.
Definitely.
And he has second block in hand as well, so you can basically just start sending fireballs to face. He'll be put to, 12, 5, 7. So he'll be put to 7 next turn.
Yeah, and that's problematic here. With the ideal situation for Sator, of course, is to play Sylvanas, proc the Vape, and steal Tony, but that's not going to happen with all of these freeze spells in hand. Especially as those freeze spells generate infinite fireballs too. So gonna opt still to play Sylvanas, probably figuring out how do we play Sylvanas and get her killed, which is tough. Could hero power her this turn and then opt for like a Pyro Coin hero power on Sylvanas next turn. We're still kind of running into the problem here of this Akanai Soul Priest though. Can't heal ourselves. Took 5 damage from Holy Fire. Yeah, the second Frost Nova here is a real pain in the ass. Mirror image here, not exactly necessary, but gives us so many fireballs that kind of gonna be a lot of strong follow up. And Sator, without a way to remove, to cleanly remove his own Akanai Soul Priest, you're not able to heal back up against those fireballs. sure as aggro players we've probably had this same thing happen where Akanai Soul Priest, you just leave it up. And it's great at board control, but it's lousy when you get to the end of the game and you can't heal your face to get outside of lethal range.
Yeah, I love seeing Priest when I play aggro. They don't have any taunts.
Yeah.
What is a loon's
I
will?
wonder if Sator is contemplating some pyro combo here, trying to destroy his own Akanai. Yeah, can Shadow Word paint it. Can't kill his own Sylvanas here yet. Could have potentially killed
it. He'll just die to another fireball.
Right.
It is finished.
Yep, and he knows it. So Sator resigns. That brings the series up 2-1 for Sticky Pickle. He's got his handlock left, so we might see a handlock mirror. We might see Sator here firing another round with this priest deck as well. And this match again will determine one of the quarterfinalists here in the top bracket. We've already got Jammy advancing as a dark horse candidate into the semifinals in the top bracket. The winner of this match will face Jammy in that semifinals match. In the bottom bracket, we've still got Warfarener and Arceus left to finish their series, as well as Zishuk and Watkins. So I'm pretty close to the elimination rounds here. And Sator feels like he's more comfortable playing Control Priest here against Handlock. I don't think that's an unreasonable choice. I have a couple Shadow Word deaths. A couple of interesting tech inclusions here as well for Sticky Pickle with 2 copies of Shadow Flame, 2 copies of Siphon Soul. Sometimes this can make the deck feel really heavy. Has a copy of Sylvanas in there. We don't always see Sylvanas. Is playing the Arcane Golem Power Overwhelming Faceless Manipulator combo that helps finish off the game.
There's also only a single copy of Hellfire, so
Yeah,
basically anticipating not much soon.
definitely. Yeah, seems like a more well, I don't know if I'd say anti-control, but yeah, an EU version of the deck. Not anticipating so many Zubots. We, of course, let Zubots play in our tournaments. Gotta get that rewards track somehow. Alright, so Pickle gonna tap here. Pretty natural start to the game. We've got Blade Master Circle. That's definitely something that we can consider here. Coin into Shield Master. It's just about the only way to keep the board contested here. And don't necessarily want to play that. Not much of a follow-up. Also notice there's no
There's no Twilight Drakes.
yeah, no Twilight Drake. 1 copy of Defender of Argus and 2 Sun Furies. Yeah. So not as heavily focused on taunting up the big stuff there. One annoying thing though for Pickle is when you play against Control Priests, they're not going to do face damage. You know, they'll play the whole long game out as long as they want, which means instead of getting to tap and play 2 cards per turn and try and keep our hand size around 9 or 10 as the Warlock, start to have problems when Molten Giants get stuck in the hand. It's can get kind of tricky. Okay, so pretty good turn here for Sator, able to buff up that injured Blade Master a little bit here. Not a great way to deal with him. It's a second Senjin in hand. I suppose Sator could make a similar trick here.
Be nice to have a cleric here, but I guess you just trade and then shield your Tyrant or something.
Yeah, There's also the possibility of like circling first. Circle first, bump in with the Blade Master, Hero Power, or Power Word Shield if we really want to.
I wonder if Circle would be better used for utility later.
I wonder that too, yeah.
With Alpini or just for North Shard Cleric.
Yeah.
Because right now you can still just get value out of your hero power and the pyro effect.
Definitely can. Might even go for the circle at the end here, but yeah, I do genuinely wonder that too. Kind of unfortunate here to Power Word Shield and get the Shadow Word Pain that would have been so strong against these two Senjins last turn, but still sitting with a good board. 4/6 Blade Master's tough to remove. Hellfire can remove the Pyro, but not going to be efficient at removing the whole board. So
yeah, like last turn playing the circle there is good because you just want to keep your Blade Master especially out of Hellfire range because you don't have any kind of minion pressure for like 2 or 3 turns.
Definitely, yeah, exactly. Have removal, but don't have anything else. And probably the read here that Pickle has is, well, there's no Shadow Word Pain. That would have been cast last turn, but we know that that's been picked up. And really good draw here with the North Shard Cleric, like you were saying. Pretty essential card. And yeah, okay with keeping this Pyro kind of low.
I have no time for games.
And Sylvanas is going to be the answer here to this big board. Now, Sator contemplating here. We got 8 on board. That brings Pickle down to 14 HP. Plus the 5 from Holy Fire is, going to start to be some significant damage. But again, if we bring that Warlock's health total too low, then they actually get to play the Molten Giants that we're going to stay in their hand in perpetuity.
Yeah, I don't think you can allow Molten Giants too early at this point. You don't have any real answers to them.
Yeah, exactly. And Sylvanas can only kill one thing per turn, right? We've got a couple of heals left with our cleric there. So some face damage might be okay. Keeping in mind too that Hellfire might come down to give Pickle an additional opportunity to lower his health total. And Sylvanas plus Hellfire next turn does clear, but it doesn't give Sylvanas her Death Rattle effect. Or I suppose it could trade into the...
Yeah, I feel like you really do
fire.
want to deal with Sylvanas this turn because next turn you're most likely to do something like play Rag.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's something that you'd like to do, but at the same time you also don't want to get him too low.
Yeah.
I felt like there's some convoluted way that you probably could have dealt with Sylvanas this turn with like Holy Smite, trade with your Blade Master, only allow like a 1/3 or 3/3, like 3/1 to get stolen, something like that. And it's not so bad, but none of it feels that good.
Yeah, I mean, with 2 Siphon Souls also, it's always a little bit scary to curve into like Rag and Ysera, knowing that one of them's going to get siphoned likely. There's a BGH in the deck too, so if Rag gets hit by BGH and Ysera gets siphoned, it's hard. But without any Shadow Word Deaths in hand, these Giants start dropping, and that can be a little bit tricky. Ooh, gonna go for the Hellfire. I think we want to trade Sylvanas into the Pyro before we Hellfire. That way at least we get a injured Blade Master out of the deal. If we're going to go with the Hellfire line.
Yeah, agreed.
Maybe just going to play Hellfire.
Unless you want the Soulfire, the 4/6 or the 4/3. Okay.
Or, yeah, I guess just if you couldn't deal with Sylvanas last turn, you can't deal with her this turn. But then, she's not stealing anything this turn. Holy Nova, not a perfect clear. I have a feeling that Sator probably wants to keep Holy Fire for face damage there at the end. It's kind of a neat threat. Heals us up for 5, so helps us in the race against the Giants, and also can burn down the Warlock's health total. And keep in mind, there's no more healing left for Sticky Pickle here. Has played both Earth and Ring Farseers. So that health total drops to 10, and 2 Holy Fires later, the game's over. Can be even quicker because we've got 4 points of burn in hand with Holy Nova and Smite. And if Rag hits, if Rag hits face, it's another opportunity to deal some damage. So I have a feeling Sator here probably trying to do the math and figure out what's the most efficient way for me to try and use these burn spells without dying to Molten Giants immediately.
Yeah, there are still 2 Siphon Souls in the deck, but they're slow. So he's up to 6 more healing total. There's no drags, so you can feel, kind of okay sending his health down soon.
Yeah. I'm gonna go for a clear, and then Harrison establishing another board threat here. When we're considering all these high value minions that we have in hand that we really kind of want to stick for a turn or two, like Rag and Ysera, it makes sense to kind of play this mid-range minion here, Harrison. It's not easy to remove with just damage, and gets, might soak up a Siphon Soul, something like that. So. All right. Contemplating, maybe playing a giant here, but tapping is another possibility. I think Pickle's at the point where he doesn't want to get too low, or significant threats there. I think if a giant
tap, you can only play 2 Molten Giants without a taunt, which is a little bit scary. I don't know if Priest can deal 8 with 9 mana.
Ragnaros is about it, yeah. 10 mana now. I would expect the mind control here. It's like really tempting to want to play Ragnaros, because if Ragnaros hits face, then down to 7, and then Holy Fire plus Holy Nova, but we don't have enough mana to play those, so I think almost
I feel like mind control is pretty opportune here. It's literally only 1 minion, 1 high value minion.
Yeah, absolutely.
It'd be much worse if you played mind control in like 2 Moltens.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, this sets it up for a good solid 8 damage next turn, plus Ragnaros, will either take out one of the giants or deal a significant amount of damage to the face. So Pickle is able to taunt up here with the Sun Fury. At least 1 Molten Giant, not both. Yeah. Might even taunt up the second Sun Fury, although that feels a little bit scary.
He technically could have Soulfire face and hope that he didn't discard a Molten or a taunt, but I don't know if that's worthwhile.
Yeah, that seems like that's some next level shit right there. Playing the Soulfire face, hoping to discard the owl. And yeah, I'm not 100% sure what we do here. I mean, we can trade giants and we can play Rag. I think we're still a little afraid of Siphon. But if Siphon were in hand, Pickle would have played it last turn. Would have siphoned this. He would have played Molten Giant and then siphoned this Mountain Giant.
Yeah, given that he has 2 Siphons in deck, like the targets that you want to kill with it would be Ysera, Rag, and this giant, perhaps.
Yeah.
But he also has BGH. He probably does not have BGH in hand based on that play.
He couldn't because Thought Steal. There's only 1 BGH in the deck, so it knows that there's no BGH, which makes Rag a little bit safer. And then Rag can soak up a Siphon for you, Sarah. But yeah, this is a very powerful play here. That's a turn mix, and Pickle down to 4 with no healing. That means there's really no way out with Holy Fire coming down next turn. Gonna dig a little bit with Coil. Can taunt up, but
he probably had to look for BGH or something in that case.
Yeah. That's one hell of a Thought Steal, though, grabbing BGH. It's like, I always, I understand that Handlock is like a mid-rangey, quasi-control deck. And so BGH just makes sense. A good tempo play, helps you deal with stuff. It's great in the Handlock mirror. But it does have its downsides, just like it does in Giants Mage, as we've seen in numerous tournament matches in the past, where you play BGH in a deck with lots of Giants, and sometimes you just can't play BGH because it kills your own stuff. And in this case, I don't think you can blame Sticky Pickle for this, but having the BGH in the deck was enough to just get it thought stolen and be a tempo loss that just can't be resolved. So it does find the Siphon, but too little too late, unfortunately, here, as Holy Fire will clinch the game.
Well played by Sator.
Absolutely, yeah, really good game played by both, really. I mean, Pickle had, there are frustrations, certainly, with Molten Giant in this matchup, just not being able to reduce your HP total low enough to play those. Also, just the lack of Twilight Drakes makes it a lot easier for Priest as well. Don't have to deal with like a 4/10 Twilight Drake and then deal with all the giants. And Pickle also got a little unlucky there, not drawing his Mountain Giants a little bit earlier in the match. So, but yeah, very well played by Sator there. Expertly navigated. Makes sense why he is the #1 seed in our tournament today. So here we go. Yeah, Handlock Mirror. One thing I think is interesting about these tournaments is we really don't see Handlock all that often. Pickle's brought it to a few tournaments, and it's a very difficult deck to play. So I understand why some people wouldn't want to bring it, but there are plenty of difficult decks that we see in these tournaments. So yeah, kind of interesting. Here we go with an actual Handlock Mirror. Key cards here can be BGH. That is in Pickle's hand so far. Owl plus Ping, very good against Twilight Drake. So we'll see if these Twilight Drakes in Sator's deck pay off. He's not playing Arcane Golem as part of the combo. Here he's just playing. He's playing the Leroy combo. So choice here whether he wants to tap and go full value town. I think that Sator probably does want to tap here because he knows there's no decent threat for Pickle on 4. You don't want to coin Ascension in this matchup. And also tapping gets us closer to BGH.
If you don't tap and play Earth instead, can you still play Mountain Giant on 5?
Yeah, you can.
You can?
Yeah, you can. You can, if you do it this way, you can tap and play Molten Giant on 5, which is a little bit better. Getting early taps in is nice in the Handlock Mirror, just because the game can really hinge on who gets their Molten Giants faster. Mountain Giants and Drakes, it's like both players really want those 4-drops in their openers. But beyond that, once those things start to get cleared by BGH and whatever else, if they don't just run away with the game, then it becomes a match of who can get the Moltens down first. And so yeah, getting those taps in early is good. You're going to see a coin Sun Fury here. I actually like the play of tapping on 3, coining out an Ancient Watcher, but Sun Fury feels like it can be kind of a weak card. I would expect Sator. Well, he's actually going to opt for the Giant first here. I kind of expect to see the Twilight Drake. Usually that's a better one to lead out with.
He's probably looking for faces on 5, but it does run into change like this.
Yeah, not a super great answer to this. Sator can tap and heal face with the Earthen Ring. Not sure even whose face he heals with it, or if he heals at all with the Earthen Ring if he taps into it. But that is the best probably right now as far as trying to control the board. We can play the Twilight Drake out, but if we get silenced and coiled, then we're starting to lose a lot of tempo. And next turn, Sator looking at the ability to play Owl Shadow Flame, but that doesn't clear off the Sun Fury. So yeah, tough choices here of whether to play this Twilight Drake or not. Another key difference in the decks here, Sator running Alexstrasza and Pickle not running any heal on top end there. And
So
I kind of,
as well.
yeah, I kind of like this play actually. Just contesting the board with little stuff. Hellfire doesn't do anything here, right? So, not committing so hard with the Twilight Drake here that we get it silenced, and probably a good indication that yes, silence does exist in the hand right now. Option here to burn the Faceless instead of going for the combo. We've seen one Sun Fury for each person. There's one Defender of Argus in addition to that as far as taunting. I'd say usually relying on the combo in this matchup is a little bit optimistic just because of the number of big taunts that can come in. So might be prudent to deploy the Faceless this turn. Options with like Leroy Shadow Flame yet. No big AoE board clears. So lacking a BGH in hand, Faceless is looking good, but I'm sure the Sator would prefer to be able to tap here as well, searching for that BGH. And he actually is going to tap. Finds Molten. And let's see if he plays it. One BGH is already out of the deck. Siphon Soul would be pretty catastrophic here. I'm actually going to just trade his Leroy in. Kind of like this play. Leroy not really going to get value in this matchup outside of maybe a Leroy Shadow Flame is about the best we can do. But again, with so many taunts in the deck, it's just unlikely that our combo is really going to connect. It has to get through taunts. So Pickle with a pretty imposing board at the moment. No good way to Shadow Flame this either. Just kidding. Well, it's something, the Watcher, but not quite enough. Would really prefer to have like the giant Shadow Flame here.
Kill the 8/8.
Yeah, we could definitely do that. It's scary playing against the combo here because I think that Sator detects that if he leaves all of these minions up, we've got 12 damage coming in plus,
Yeah, at the least, I don't think you can leave now to join up, but you don't really have any other options right now.
Yeah, I think got to make the practical choice here, and it's always rough to be on the back foot in the handlock mirror here, where they're getting out all their giants and stuff like that. But it's worthwhile to keep in mind that both of the Molten Giants have been used by Pickle so far. He's at 24 HP. That means no more giants are coming down that are going to be scary for him. So if he just clears the board, Sator does have better follow-ups here in the form of the minions left. It discards Earthen Ring. I'm not sure that's exactly what we wanted, but it's not the worst discard here. Pickle picking up Siphon Soul. It's got 2 of those, which are going to be decent at dealing with the giants. Has a Owl in hand to deal with the Twilight Drake. So all of that is looking good for him, but not really a way to proactively move forward on the board. Everything is kind of reactive in the hand here. Not sure he wants to silence his own Watcher to hit face. That gets Sator closer to being able to play Moltens. Doubt he wants to ping his own Ancient Watcher here because he wants to silence and ping the Drake. So we're going to go up to 10 cards in hand by tapping and gets a second Owl. That's a good pickup.
So much versus in Pickle's hand is Arcane Gold, PO, and Soulfire, right? So it's 12 damage. So he's representing lethal like this.
Yeah, and that's a scary place to be. Picking up that Soulfire here, I mean, Sator is probably recognizing, well, 15 cards deep when Pickle is tapping on 7 here and playing just an Owl. You have to imagine what could possibly be in his hand that's worth keeping there, and it's probably combo pieces, at least some parts of a combo. So that the desire to play like Owl, Shadowflame, Tap or something is there. Probably calculating out, how many points of damage would kill him and seeing whether he can get away with the tap here.
Yeah, this is pretty unfortunate. Like, you might be forced to do Owl Shadowflame at this point.
I think so, yeah. And he detects that too. It's a good read on his part. Sator really showing that tournament experience
he
here.
is still only 1 point away from Pickle right now.
Yeah.
What draws does he have? He has another PO in deck. Is there another Soulfire as well? No.
We already burned one of the Soulfires, yeah.
Leroy is out, I think.
Shields up.
That is correct. Yeah, Leroy.
Does a great job.
Yeah, definitely just filling the board with stuff, and without a single.
Yeah, Pickle's deck only had a few proactive cards left. Sylvanas, 2 Sentient, and Earthens, I think.
Yeah.
None of which are really scary.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
now with Hellfire, that should be lethal, right?
I would think so. You can tap in the Sun Fury.
Yep. Oh, I didn't see it. Faces too.
Okay, and Handlock Mirror. They're going the way of Sticky Pickle. Close match, really close match. And just in general, they're good games, well played by both players. So that completes our top bracket. For the semifinals now, we're looking at Sticky Pickle against Jammy. In our first semifinal match, we've got a 2-1 lead for Warfarener against Arcuous in the bottom bracket, and a 2-1 lead for Watkins against Zechik in the bottom bracket. Colin, I'll let you do the honors and decide which match we watch.
Yeah, I think I have all of the players added.
Tight.
And we've seen Warfarener and Zechuk here earlier. So I don't know. Let's check out the bottom bracket here with Zechuk and Watkins.
That sounds good to me. So taking a look at this match right now, it looks like Watkins up 2-1 is one with Rogue and Warrior so far, so he's got Priest left to win with. Zechuk's notched up a win here with his Druid deck, so he's got Hunter and Warrior left to win against Priest.
I'm wondering if their match conceded or their match finished already. Watkins is not in the game now. Let's look at Arcuous then.
Oh, yep. It looks like it just finished with a Priest victory over Hunter. So Watkins will be going on to our semifinals, and we'll watch this last match that we've got going on here between Arcuous and Warfarener. That'll determine our last semifinalists.
What a divine favor.
This is my experience with Divine Favor. Yeah, a very sad card right now. Maybe Warfarener picks up a card that he can't play here and get a little bit of value out of this Divine Favor. Now, there are a lot of different Paladin lists floating around. I'm interested. There's a Aldor Peacekeeper and Harvest Golem in this Paladin list. Also a little heavier on the top end with 2 Blessing of Might, 2 Avenging Wrath. Not exactly
there's no charge in this at all either.
Yeah.
So he really relies on keeping the board, and there's no way to actually come back without having the board.
Yeah.
Unless you get a 60 quality consecration or something.
No, I mean, I completely agree. I think a lot of times this deck, especially with cheap buffs like Blessing of Might, yeah, we can use those to trade into stuff, and we can play this deck kind of like Zoo, but ultimately, Paladin hero power is worse than the Warlock hero power for, you know, the consistent card draw and making threats and playing cards that impact the board state. Divine
He
Favor.
doesn't even run Blessing of Might. He's full leaning into board control.
He might
That's why
have.
Alder makes some sense, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, Alder Peacekeeper. I'm not super convinced by this in a aggro list. I do understand it's got some value in helping win a race, but at the same time, if you're playing a lot of 1 health minions and stuff with Divine Shield, if your opponent has a giant that gets Aldored, well, that's a 1/8 that's going to be able to ping off every Divine Shield for the rest of the game. We see Arceus here. He's just he's going to focus on the board. And Warfarener with another decent pickup here. At least it's a minion, something that he can use. Try and heal that up. I think from Warfarener's perspective, just knowing the list that Arceus has and probably having the read that this last card here is either Divine Favor or potentially Avenging Wrath. Unlikely to be Avenging Wrath. But knowing that that's the last card here, he's probably feeling pretty safe to just trade on the board in this position.
Yeah, I think the only reason you would trade here is to play around equality. That's kind of the only way that you actually lose in the situation. Otherwise, I'd be full sending face to 11.
Yeah.
It's unlikely that this last card, I think, is equality at this point.
Yeah, I think that last turn we pretty well established that it's not equality. We've already got 1 equality out of the deck. There's still 17 cards left. I don't think we're too afraid of a 1 in 17 chance, but things like Blessing of Kings, Blessing of Kings on one of these minions will start to trade. So going face is a nice, clear, reliable way to end the game quickly, but trading on board is not completely unheard of either. And there's Avenging Wrath. So the question is, what order do we want to start trading here and playing Avenging Wrath? Sometimes it's kind of a bad idea to just fire it off, because then we might, deal too much damage to certain minions that we were going to kill with more damage anyway. So I might choose to swing with the sword first on something and just kind of guarantee that something all these minions don't get down to like 3 HP.
At least 1 minion is guaranteed to live on the pre-side. We have a total of 17 on our side of the board. Sorry.
15.
Yeah, there's a total of 17 on the pre-side of the board, and we can only deal up to 16 damage.
Yeah.
This is assuming everything does not hit face. Okay, that's
unfortunate. Let's get a couple of good hits in there. Not able to clear the Temple Enforcer, which at this point, either minion was coming close to 2-turn lethal. But probably would have preferred to have killed the Temple Enforcer and cute.
Yeah, you probably just send face here.
So yeah.
Quality is the only out.
This is maddening. I've been here.
Truly incredible.
Yeah. Divine Favor certainly has the highest draw potential for the mana cost in Classic. Also has the absolute worst possible situations for it as well. The only Mukla would have been okay there, but yeah. So Warfarener able to take down former NA champ here, Arceus, in a close match, pulling it out 3-1 with Priest over Aggro Paladin. So that's going to give us all of our semifinalists right now. Just a reminder, in the top bracket, our first semifinals match will be Sticky Pickle against Jammy. Our second semifinal match here in the bottom bracket will be Watkins facing Warfarener. So a couple of new faces around here. It's kind of neat to see. I think we'll take a quick break before we get started on those semifinals matches. So folks, go hydrate, use the bathroom, get your popcorn ready for those finals matches, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, so we'll be back. See you guys soon.
Well, welcome back, folks. Good to have you here. Thanks for waiting on us to take a little break in the middle of our cast. So, 3 hours into our tournament, we have found our 4 semifinalists here for our last 10th EU tournament here for the Classic community. In the top bracket, we've got Sticky Pickle and Jammy, who will be facing off in a best of 5. And in our bottom bracket, we've got Warfarer and Watkins facing off. We'll get started with our bottom bracket first. We usually like to give players as much of a break as possible after some of those big series as well. So 2-3-2s in the top bracket. We'll wait for them and get started on that. And so what do we got in store for these two guys? Looking at the deck lists here for Warfarer and Watkins. Warfare's brought a standard Zulog deck. He's also got a combo Priest with no Charger, but lots of high HP minions and Temple Enforcer, even including a Gadget Zan in there. Also bringing Tempo Mage and rounding out that lineup with that kind of an interesting version here of Rogue, Miracle Rogue with Arcane Golem instead of Leroy, and a couple of Sinister Strikes, a little faster than your normal Rogue deck here for Warfarer.
Yeah, notably, there's no Azure Drakes or Earthen Rings as well. He's got that for additional draw and Cold Light Oracles. Double set, double shiv. So it leaves it really hard to try and gadgets in.
Yeah, looking to finish the game like maybe a turn earlier than your traditional Rogue would. It's a little bit less damage with the Arcane Golem. We have more opportunities to play other cards to deal damage with it, but Shadow Stepping it, we start to lose a little bit of damage there. But Rogue's still a class that can do a lot of heavy burst damage, so that'll be a fun one to see.
With Cold Lights, this is probably better against handoffs as well. You definitely like to build them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Sinister Strikes are better into the taunts so that you can just send damage to face and hopefully finish with Sinisters.
Yeah, I'm thinking, instead of playing like Leroy Shadow Step, we play Arcane Golem Shadow Step plus some Sinister Strikes, so we kind of make up the damage there that we might otherwise be missing. So kind of an interesting list. I like this adaptation. Be curious to see how it works. He's not facing any handlock. Does have a Control Priest that he's facing off against, and Control Priest kind of notoriously does hold a lot of cards in hand. Some of their cards are pretty heavy. So Watkins here bringing a pretty traditional Miracle list, although he does also have the Sinister Strike, 2 copies as well. Single copy of Cold Blood, single copy of Steel, and 2 Azure Drakes. So we've got Control Warrior as well being brought by Watkins. That's got, maybe not a Control Warrior. Let me back that up. Looks like somewhat of a Tempo Warrior. Does have 2 copies of Frothing, but also has a heavy top end here with Ysera. No Rag, but 2 copies of Azure Drake too. Kind of an interesting list. Watkins is also bringing a pretty standard list here for combo Druid. Nothing really out of the ordinary. Single copy of Ancient of War. 6th slot is Black Knight, Sunwalker, Karen. So fully ready for the value matchup there against other Druids. And Watkins finally bringing, I think you'd call this a control Priest, even though it's got Valen and Mind Blast. There's not really a fantastic combo here in Classic for finishing off somebody OTKing with Valen. So we'll get started on that match as soon as those players are ready and checked in. What are we thinking? Who's favored in this matchup?
Think about that.
I can. So Warfarer starting off with his low curve Wisp deck here. Got one hell of a top deck there with the Scarlet Crusader. And moving in on the Priest pretty early here. Watkins holding 2 Holy Nova, but those aren't necessarily going to get all that much damage done against these Divine Shield minions. So we see him dropping the Wolf and Power Word Shield there, hoping to maybe bump some of those shields off on the next turn. Unsurprising here for Warfarener, just going to Soulfire that off. Drop everything out of his hand, then tap back into some other creatures. So Holy Nova number 1 should be able to deal with some of these minions. Holy Nova number 2, hopefully able to deal with the rest of them. Kind of depends on where this young priestess hits.
Probably the best case scenario there.
Yeah, absolutely. Still facing
Dark
down a
Iron
lot of
Dwarf is
damage,
also
though.
good. Yeah, Dark Iron Dwarf is also good here. Doesn't play into second Nova. Doesn't die to anything except like what Alchemized Circle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and very powerful. A 4/4 body, just tough for Priest to deal with. I imagine that's going to be the play here. Tapping certainly seems good as well, but
I don't think you want to risk another Nova.
Yeah, or a Pyro Clear as well.
Yeah,
You know, at 4
this is
HP,
the risk.
this seems like the best way to build the board. We certainly do want to tap, and we do want to refill our threats, but you know, that's all kind of contingent on us having persistent board threats to keep doing damage here. And the Dark Iron Dwarf with the Battle Cry and with the body is able to do 6, so not insignificant. And Dire Wolf is going to come down as well. Given how low Watkins is, this makes a lot of sense, but at the same time, it does open up Shadow Word Death possibilities as well for killing off that Dark Iron. Not sure it's going to matter here. It feels bad, but I think our only way to stay alive might be Blade Master Circle and heal up that Dark Iron, and then Defender of Argus. Watkins is going to take the painful but necessary route here. Dark Iron Dwarf, pretty good top deck here. The damage is a little bit awkward. Doesn't quite have enough to finish this, but does have a pretty overwhelming lead on the board. Can play, can trade in with these minions here. Use Dark Iron to buff up this wolf and leave Watkins out 1. Making the correct choice there to keep that Dark Iron as far away from that wolf as possible. I want to make sure that that doesn't get buffed to 5, so that provides an easy clear. Holy Fire off the top.
You technically live with that. You can bring yourself back to 8.
Yep.
Warfare only represents 7 on the board, but 2 draws.
Right.
Not too unlikely. He has 2 abusives, maybe some outs with Knife Juggler, like if it hits a 50-50 to face. And 2 Doom Guards, 2 Arguses. So he has like 7 outs.
And that's just on the next turn.
Yeah.
Also, you know, some Leper Gnomes as well in here can provide some additional damage there and negate that Priest Hero power for a turn.
Yeah, so 2 draws with, it's 2 abusive, 2 Doom Guard, 2 Argus, maybe 2 Knife Juggler, 8 outs. It's reasonable. Reasonably likely that he'll die.
So brings himself back up to 8. I suppose this is this maybe is a little bit better of a line that Wolf represents 4 damage, just the same as the Dark Iron Dwarf. So 2 perfect knives could seal it off here. I think you tap
You only
no
have
matter
1
what.
knife, I think.
Oh yes, you're right.
Yeah.
No harm in tapping.
Put this apple on your head.
Watkins kind of on the back foot here. We've seen a lot of these priest decks in previous tournaments that weren't running Shadow Word Death at all, or were just running 1 copy. And I guess at the time, you know, I kind of disputed that. I was thinking it's just, it feels like an instant kill on 5 or more minion, 5 or higher attack minion is good, but you can kind of see the weakness of it here. As you draw the wrong cards in the wrong order and you end up with 2 Shadow Word Deaths that can't do anything against aggressive decks. So it's like Warfarener, they're able to clinch out that first round, go up 1-0 in the semifinals with his Zulok deck. He's still got a Mage and a Priest deck left to win with as well here. That mage deck, by the way, is a tempo mage, not a freeze mage. But plenty of room here for Watkins to come back into this match. He's still got, let's see, he got his rogue band, so he's still got, or he got his rogue band, so he's still got warrior druid. Unfortunately, we don't get to see either of these kind of cool lists with the new rogue adaptations with the Cold Light Oracle and Sinister Strike and Arcane instead of Leroy. I don't really get to see those in action here as both players ban the rogue, but
Yeah, it makes sense that Rogue is banned for each of these guys.
yeah,
It's fine into all of their other decks.
yeah, I see that is not losing games and only winning.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. A lot of players go into these tournaments bringing either Druid or Rogue with the expectation that their opponent will ban one of those. So sometimes we see those brought purely as a something to soak up a ban.
That was my Druid yesterday.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
Player at all.
Exactly. Yeah, you just bring in and hope. There was another instance we had in a previous tournament, I think with HDA, where he brought Miracle Rogue. Wasn't a Miracle Rogue player, just chose to bring it in order to get it banned so you can play Druid. So Warfarener starting off here, got off the Shield Bearer. That has done work in this tournament so far with Inner Fire, but without an Inner Fire on turn 2, it's a little bit more underwhelming.
Yeah, it's very annoying for Warrior to deal with. They don't really want to expend resources on a freaking 0-4. Their axe can't get through it. And now you're just protecting your valuable minions.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a great way forward here. Can shield block, coin shield slam on the Blade Master, just reduce some of the damage being done. Not the ideal circumstance here. Ooh. Now that is a pickup. The circle here. Question is, what do we want to power word in this situation? So anything we power word is now a little bit more susceptible to execute. So I can understand the value of putting it on the shield bearer here. I think it's best on the shield bearer because it gets it out of that 3 HP range where it could die to Fiery War Axe. Oh my gosh, another circle of healing here. I feel like you got to just draw the 3 cards with it. And getting to draw an additional one here with the hero power on the end, also very powerful. It's a big turn here for Warfare and are able to establish good card advantage with just a couple of circles of healing. And one turn too late on the execute there. Would have been nice to have been able to use that on the Blade Master last turn. Not really the card we want to be playing on a 0-5 Shield Master.
Yeah, at this point, though, it still represents a pretty real threat if they do use Divine Spirit on it and Inner Fire.
Absolutely, yeah. So Watkins here contemplating what he wants to play. Not really much of a way to clear this board. Can draw a card with Acolyte and Whirlwind, but that's a pretty it doesn't feel like much of a turn. We're probably going to want to use that Whirlwind to execute something big a little bit later.
Yeah, there's no Brawl in this list either, so Warfarener could technically go a bit wide. The punish would be like a turn 6 Azure Drake, Whirlwind or something.
Yeah. There's the second shield bearer getting in the way of that Fiery War Axe. That was kind of an awkward turn there for Watkins. But still got a decent amount of resources. This Corcoran Elite is able to actually deal the 4 damage to remove this shield bearer, but then we've got the problem of light spawn here on the board. And that thing does represent 20 damage on the next turn. It's not an instant kill, but does represent a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, next turn is most likely Temple Enforcer to bring it to an 8-8, slam him from 9. for 8.
I would definitely think so. We can afford to have the light spawn get executed because we still have the shield bearer up, and double divine spirit inner fire is in hand, so still representing a 16-16 there. If this shield bearer survives, I suppose the next level play next turn would be maybe even, there's no more. Yeah, this is actually quite awkward. I was thinking Acolyte Whirlwind Execute would be great, but the Execute's not in hand anymore. So you're going to go with the Azure Drake instead. And it's not. I think this isn't this one off lethal here? Got a 24, 25. Oh no, it's exactly lethal, 26, 27 with the Holy Smite. Yeah, so quick victory there for Warfarener with the combo priest. Nicely played. Good job finding that lethal damage there, and just shows how quickly this matchup can turn around. So Warfarener going up 2-0 on Watkins in our first semifinals match here. That leaves Warfarener with just his mage deck left to play here. Bringing that tempo mage, a good matchup against Watkins' druid. I would expect Watkins to bring either priest or warrior here. I'm not sure which one fares better against tempo mage. Both of them kind of heal themselves up, so not sure what we'll see Watkins pick. He goes with the warrior.
Fire and Axe in hand. Fire and Wind Axe.
That's an important card here. Being able to coin it out, deal with this mana worm before it gets out of control, and just setting up board control after that as well. Got the Frothy Berserker, actually kind of a pain in the ass for the tempo mage to deal with. 4 HP, doesn't just die to Frostbolt, so that'll be a good follow up. The Loot Hoarder, kind of an annoying card, but since we've got a second Fiery War Axe, may as well just kill it and get ready to start tempoing really hard on the next turn. Given that there are no minions
here, yeah, like I don't know if Descending Worm is correct here. I think some of your options are like just play Mirror Entity to discourage something like Frothing Berserker, but he could just play like Acolyte of Pain instead, and really it's not that bad. Alternatively, you could do like Argent Squire Pain. That's pretty value oriented. Next turn you can do maybe like Mana Worm, Mirror Entity, Mana Worm, Arcane, or just Water Alley. Or this turn, Arcane Intellect.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that the Water Elemental is really what we want to be playing next turn. So whatever prepares us best for that. And I do think that Mirror Entity here is pretty good. One of the only, if it gets tripped by Armor Smith, it's really not the worst thing in the world. Armor Smith has 4 HP. If it gets triggered by Acolyte, yeah, it's not, the greatest because it does get removed immediately, but it draws us a card. So we effectively get to replace our Mirror Entity. And the Taskmaster, because there are no minions on the board, it does trigger the Mirror Entity favorably, but it's a card that's better used for other things. Now there are no counter spells in this. Yeah, no counter spells in this Tempo Mage deck, which means that Watkins is absolutely positive this is Mirror Entity, which means that he's probably not going to want to play this Frothy down here. That opts to lose the value here of the Battle Cry just to trigger the secret. But ends himself in a favorable position here. And as promised, there's that Water Elemental. Going to be annoying, Freezing Face, but having already used 3 out of the 4 charges of Fiery War Axe in this deck, I don't think Watkins cares as much about being frozen here. And
yeah, there's no more weapons in the rest of the deck, so it doesn't really matter that much.
yeah. And then I like this idea here. Whirlwinding first. Yeah, we do get like a zillion attack from them if we play it with Whirlwind, but this stays out of Frostbolt range.
Yep.
Yeah, good. Now we'll see if Warfarer has the courage to play 2 arcane missiles into this. I'm not sure that I would try and do that. Oh, I actually like. No, I think go for the Squire here. This seems best. Watkins just instantly slamming down that Azure Drake, trading off the minion here as well. But when you got 4 spells in hand and Sorcerer's Apprentice, this is what you do, huh? So, let's see, yeah, going to be able to clear both of these minions with the, well, one of them with the Arcane Missiles, the other one here with the Hero Power. Now this Tempo Mage list is a little bit more minion-oriented with stuff like Young Priestess in it, so it doesn't have the Ice Lance that we might normally see, which means Frostbolt really, it's just a 3 damage spell. We can kind of cast it whenever. Warfarer kind of running out of steam a little bit here. A lot of times with Tempo Mage, get early control of the board with minions, get a couple of swingy tempo turns, and then just finish it off with fireballs and such. But Watkins here, having gained quite a bit of armor this game, is probably feeling pretty confident that whatever bird is left in Warfarer's hand is not going to be tremendously impactful. So I would expect to see hero powering most turns here for Watkins, just trying to stay safe, stay healthy. There aren't going to be great targets here for these faceless yet, but if he finds, you know, a Karen or Sylvanas or something like that, or a Grom a little bit later, then those start to gain value. Anything that Warfarer doesn't want to remove.
Yeah, it's quite an uphill battle for Mage at this point, because the goal of this deck, it looks like it's just a snowball of board that the opponent can't deal with. But right now, there isn't that much card draw remaining in the deck. He's drawing 1 card at a time. He's going to get outvalued by the Warrior, for sure.
Yeah, we don't see Azure Drake, which is sometimes used to continue cycling in these Mage decks. Don't see as much on the top end. Do still have 2 loot hoarders, notably no Thalnos in the deck. I would expect maybe to see Thalnos in there instead of at least one of these copies of loot hoarder. Definitely a Scarlet Crusader enjoyer here as well. That's a card we don't always see too much. It's very weak against individual instances of damage or people that play a lot of 1/1s, but can be like pretty strong against, you know, decks like Druid, where they don't want to really swipe hero power to kill something like that. And well, Watkins here with another pretty solid pickup of Whirlwind. And we know this is Mirror Entity for sure. So Watkins may be Googling what happens when Faceless Manipulator copies Grom. For those of you,
right?
You get the Grom, because battle cries trigger before secrets. They made that change when Kazon Mystic came into the game, because Kazon Mystic's battle cry is to destroy a secret. So the battle cry triggers first, transforms into Grom, then the secret triggers on the new Grom. Cute.
Fair.
That's funny. Now the second Faceless Manipulator into the Whirlwind is going to be pretty strong here. Going to be still 1 point off lethal. I have 21 total on the next turn here for Watkins, but I don't think he's in like a terrible shape. There's a surprising amount of damage on the board here. We were thinking about 8 on the board next turn, plus a fireball is 14. So if Watkins doesn't heal hero power, or if Warfarer draws another burn spell, could actually kill him if Watkins isn't careful.
Right, he has to top deck Fireball. This will represent a total of 18 damage with the hero power.
Yeah.
But it should be fine because you just faceless here. Whirlwind, have your 1/1 remaining, kill the 3/3, 3/1.
Yep. And in no world do we really want to be playing Ysera here. She does not.
Yeah.
Doesn't allow us to hero power. So I wouldn't expect Watkins to be that greedy. But you're right. We trade off one of the 3/1s, and it's pretty hard to deal lethal after that. I suppose if we're really afraid, we could trade Grom into, you know, a couple of these minions. And truthfully, you know, why not? Really, do you need to kill the mage? It's not like they're going to be drawing a whole bunch of cards. They have one chance to top deck something that draws cards and one chance to top deck a loot hoarder out of 14 cards. It's not super great odds. So I would expect to see faceless hero power and just straight into these minions. Play it safe.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way for Mage to get lethal next turn, even if you draw like AI. You don't have the mana.
Yeah. And even so, I mean, there's one Frostbolt, one Fireball left in the deck as burn damage, so moving through several turns of hero powers for the warrior is going to be hard to deal with.
Yeah, you definitely just push here. You can still hero power in.
Yep. Well, that's Fireball number 2. Launch him off. Yeah, I mean, I think trading the Grom there was the correct choice. There's nothing that stops the warrior here from winning. But yeah, Watkins allowing Morph in there with a 1 in 14 chance to get lethal, and Morph able to pull out our first semifinal series 3-0 over Watkins. So good games, well played. A couple of very quick turnarounds there from Morph. If I were his opponent, I would probably be careful with my health total and careful with my removal spells. Yeah, good games, well played. That'll be our first semifinals match done. So Watkins will still have a chance in the 3rd place match here coming up, but Warfarener will be our first finalist advancing. I will holler at the boys and let them know that they're ready to get in their next game here. All right. So I have notified the players they can start. While we're waiting, I suppose it's always a good idea to take a look at some of these deck lists, or just bitch about Blizzard making Classic go away. Whichever one you guys want. It's a hot topic right now. So
I was actually interested in seeing Warfarener bringing the priest, and we've seen that we've seen him use that to really just steamroll through this tournament. Big surprise, with the shield bearers, really unconventional.
Yeah, not bringing the Stormwind Knight also sometimes, we see that as just like okay, I can OTK you at some point if I draw my whole combo. But like the turn 2 Inner Fire, or not Inner Fire, yeah, Inner Fire on the shield bearer, just straight up won a match, and it's blocked out Fiery War Axes from hitting now in this last series. I want to say it's done some other cool shit today, but yeah, shield bearer, I like to hate on that card a lot, but then I hate to play against it. So what does that say about me? Just project my insecurity about the card. But yeah, it's worked out well. I think it's a pretty natural fit with this priest deck. Can't wait to see more of that in months to come. So yeah, looking at the deck list here for our next match that's coming up, we've got Jammy bringing conventional Miracle list here. Pretty conventional combo Druid list as well. Nothing really too special here except for a single copy of Naturalize and a Thalnos. I like the Thalnos in this deck. Also got I would call it tempo mage with a little bit of a heavy top end. Got Antonidas and Brag there. And then finally rounding it out with I think you'd call this more or less mid-range shaman. It does have a single copy of Lepronome in it, but mostly just mid-range shaman.
Yeah, it's a fairly aggressive mid-range shaman, which contains a Doomhammer and 2 Lava Bursts as well. Probably a little bit geared towards killing rogues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lava Burst can be useful in some other circumstances too. If you're expecting opponents to be playing decent health minions, it can kill an Ancient Allure. It can kill Sylvanas. It can kill. There are a few things that got 5 health that Lava Burst is kind of nice for. It's not a great card to play early on in the game. I don't want to respond to a Chill Wind Yeti with Lava Burst because it locks us out of our mana, it takes our whole turn. But later on in the game can be a pretty good tempo play against Ancient Allure, and also just 5 potential damage to face, usually 6 when we're getting later on in the game and we're able to hold some of our spell damage or put a couple totems on the board. So overall, a pretty standard lineup here for an EU tournament, mostly targeting Druid. Got 2 copies of Sap in the Rogue deck, got 2 copies of Azure Drake, so in it for the long haul there against Druid. And copy of Naturalize against Druid's probably okay too. It's a decent tempo card. Druid versus Druid matchups, we don't typically see them spend all their resources and top deck for the rest of the game. Usually Druid's got a couple cards in hand there, so Naturalize not the worst thing in the world to include for anti-Druid tech. And as far as Sticky Pickle's decks are concerned, he's also got Miracle Rogue. A little bit different of a setup here. Build includes 2 Sinister Strikes, got a Novice Engineer in there. Still going with the Leroy combo to finish it, but a little bit different as far as card draw. Wants to draw a little bit more, get closer to gadgets and closer to lethal earlier. Pickle's also bringing this
No
control.
cold bloods at all inside that Miracle Rogue as well.
Oh,
so
shit,
they've
I
been
didn't
completely
notice
replaced by Sinister Strike.
that.
And then the other interesting inclusions are 1 Novice, 2 Shivs with 2 Saps, 1 Fan of Knives.
Yeah, maybe geared a little bit more toward anti-Druid, I would think. Cold Blood can be a little bit less useful against decks that play lots of taunts. Sinister Strike just gets around those. You can do as much damage as possible, and then you got to finish somebody off through taunts. You just use Sinister Strike. So I would say, yeah, it's maybe a little bit more anti-Druid adaptation there. Finish the game quick. 2 Saps as well is usually a pretty solid tip-off that someone is planning to tech for Druid.
Yeah, and 1 Fan of Knives is better against Druid than 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So, other decks. Yeah, we got I think we call this Giant's Mage nowadays. It's a variant of Freeze Mage that instead of finishing their opponent usually with just lots of burn spells, although that's possible, is a little bit more focused on getting down to 0, but getting their block popped, dropping out those giants, maybe controlling the board a little bit longer. And Cenarius in a Druid deck here for Sticky Pickle. I like that card. I don't want to say it's underrated, but I like the card. And that goes kind of with this token-ish theme here of Power of the Wild and Argent Squire. 1 copy of each of those. Harvest Golem as well. And then Sticky Pickle also bringing Handlock as well. Good to see that deck be represented. It's something we don't see as much in tournaments. It is very vulnerable to some decks that have a lot of spell damage. Notably Freeze Mage, a really tough matchup for Handlock, but navigated well. A good Handlock player has a lot of resources at their disposal, so yeah, that'll be interesting to see that one again. Predictions? I see a very anti-Druid lineup here for Jammy, and anti-Druid lineup is always a good sign when your opponent has brought a Druid deck, so show some favor maybe there for him as far as strictly deck lists go, but both players very skilled, have decks with lots of resources, so probably a good skill showdown here.
Yeah, I'd probably favor the lineup with Mage and Shaman here. They should be fine to like the Druid, the Handlock, and the Freeze Mage, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. That's another good point here is that Tempo Mage, also pretty strong against Handlock. Just their ability to get on the board, deal a decent amount of damage, and then fireball the dude's face for whatever remains. And looking at Sticky Pickle's deck, the only healing he's got 2 Siphons, he's got 2 Earthen Rings. Siphon's not exactly a card we usually rely on for healing, though. So, no anti-Q.
Siphon probably won't be too great against the Mage and the Shaman.
Yeah. And let's see if we got their bans in yet. I'd like to speculate about what I think should be banned, but it looks like they've already banned. So Jammy getting their Druid banned out, and that'll leave all of these anti-Druid decks, and Pickle getting the Rogue banned out. Probably a smart decision as well. So I think this match will probably hinge on whether Pickle can pull out a win here with the Druid. If not, it's going to be kind of uphill against these other decks. So all right, well, Pickle starting off with the Control Mage, Giants Mage, whatever you want to call it, Freeze Mage hybrid, and Jammy here on the Shaman. I would think that the Shaman with 2 copies of Hex here in some ways would be favored, but it's also kind of hard to pop the block, and anytime it's hard to pop the block, that gives Mage a lot of options, a lot of breathing room. Also a pretty slow start here for Jammy, so Arcane Intellect, able to pick up a couple of cards, get ready for that Mountain Giant for 3 on the next turn. If he wants, he can even coin into a Loot Hoarder with that as well.
My shield for Argus.
Defender of Argus, helping buff up those minions so that he's got some threat on the board here. So Jammy playing it fairly slow and steady. And Pickle going to keep those Giants in hand. Might be a little bit concerned about Hex or something, just playing a raw Giant at this point. Wants to wait a little bit, be more patient. Jammy with a lot of options here. And a lot of slower matchups.
Or he can Doomhammer.
Yeah.
If Pharaoh's, what is his follow-up play next turn? Not incredibly much, right?
Not really, no. You get some damage on the board. The earlier we go wide, probably the better, just because, otherwise later on we start to run the risk of just being permanently frozen on the board with Frost Nova, Doomsayer, Blizzard, that kind of stuff. So I understand the desire here for Jammy to get on the board. I think that's a good idea. Now he's got to follow up. Although, with so many minions on board, you have to be a little bit careful of how much we commit. And being locked out of that extra mana crystal means we can't play Doomhammer on this turn.
Yeah, there's 1 copy of Flame Strike in the deck, so that's probably what you want to play around.
Yeah, definitely. And Pickle's still holding on to that coin as well. So as we get up there in turns, we're already at the point where this board is susceptible to Flame Strike. So going for the clear here on the Giant, just making sure there's no threat on the board. It will be overloaded for 3 on the next turn, so no chance to play this this Doomhammer, which I wouldn't say it's necessarily a problem, but it is kind of, we do want to start working through those 4 turns of Doomhammering sooner rather than later.
Yeah, this Blizzard here is kind of unfortunate as well because of the healing totem.
Yeah, the healing totem really clutch here. going to be able to bring those wolves back up to 2/2s. The healing totem itself will be brought back up to a 1/2. So may stop the board damage for a turn, but we're only stopping 6 damage for right now. So makes sense to opt for something else. Although, yeah, it just seems like a very awkward turn no matter what. Frost Nova is not the worst thing here, and my reasoning there is how many minions do you have as the mage that deserve to be silenced? Well, not very many, and your opponent's running 2 copies of Earthshock, so if you're going for Frost Nova Doomsayer, you're unlikely to be able to actually pull that off. So I don't mind the Frost Nova here, just getting that out of hand and stopping some damage on the board. But Pickle's gonna ping off that totem. Feels comfortable to take a little bit of HP damage. We'll be able to get out that Molten a little bit more quickly. But no block. No block drawn yet in first 17. A bit unlucky. See when that panic button goes off for him. Not sure that Mana Tide is the correct play here. I feel like maybe maybe something like Flame Tongue is a little bit more appropriate. I don't see any terrible problem with playing Thalnos either. Just trying to cycle a little bit more, try and find some more burn. The more spells we get, the better. I'm actually going to go with Mana Tide.
From Jammy's perspective, he can probably infer that Pickle didn't have block in hand. He probably would have played it last turn as opposed to hero powering. So I feel like right now he just wants to send a lot of damage soon, especially with Doomhammer next turn.
Yeah, that's a good point.
He has a Rock Biter. What else? There's a Flame Elemental. Okay.
Yeah, and that represents a good amount of damage there, right? Like, talking 4 damage for 1 turn with the Doomhammer, followed by 10 damage with the Doomhammer. Again, very close to being able to deal lethal. So, Jammy lined up for the next couple of turns favorably. Pickle doesn't especially want to play Alex on 9 if he can avoid it. But yeah, this Molten Giant, this is an awkward range for Molten Giant here.
Yeah, like he really needs to draw his secret soon. Okay, there's a block. Yeah, he's very scared of the Mana Tide.
Yeah, I don't know if we even needs to kill the Mana Tide here, especially if we're drawing our opponent cards. Yeah, the healing totem has been a pain for this Blizzard play for a while, but now that he's drawn into Ice Blocks, feeling a little bit safer here. Yeah, Fire Elemental is a possibility. The downside of playing a Fire Elemental here is once your board is frozen and your face is frozen, it can be kind of hard to deal lethal damage, so having those external sources of damage that can just ping somebody are kind of nice. But at the same time, it's an annoying minion to deal with. Blizzard does okay now. Just gonna Hero Power. But still, that Rock Biter sitting in hand there and burning an extra card with the Hero Power there. I wonder whether maybe playing something else, like even Thalnos, would have been better in case it doesn't die.
Last turn I kind of liked just sending Doomhammer and pushing face damage to try to represent, a next turn lethal.
Yeah, me too. I don't feel like the Cold Light Oracle is any kind of threat that we have to pay attention to. There's no real reason to clear it. Like we've maintained our board for a while by playing some cards that are awkward for the mage to deal with. But sooner or later, the mage doesn't give a shit about what's on our board. They're just gonna cast fireballs until we die. So we have to be a little bit careful here of like how the pacing of the matchup. I think Jammy was following the thread appropriately early on, but I think that last turn, it probably would have been best to equip the Doomhammer and just get that persistent threat out there. Sometimes forcing cards out like Ice Lance prematurely. Already forced 1 Ice Lance out.
Yeah, like last turn he could have brought Mage down to at least 12. He has Rockbiter in hand for 10.
Yeah.
It's not that unlikely that you can find 2 damage, or he didn't already have it. Can't quite see.
There's an additional chance at a rock biter there. There are 2 lava bursts. There's additional chance at a lightning bolt there, or just play the fire elemental. And this does not pop the block. Here, this
It does pop. It's like an exact pop.
Oh no, yeah, you're sorry. I didn't see the rock biters,
But
yeah, you're
yeah,
right.
this is fine. This brings him down to 3.
Yeah.
Now, like, Pickle's plan of playing Alex on the opponent face is kind of screwed right now because the block is popped.
Yeah. Does have the choice here to play double Molten plus Frost or Icelands on face, so can stay alive. But looking at Jammy's deck, so he's got 11 cards left. Rockbiter is not lethal anymore. Lightning Bolt is lethal. 2 Lava Bursts and a Fire Elemental are all lethal. So 4 cards out of 11. 1 and 3 is not the worst chance to win the game outright here. Also have the chance to draw Azure Drake, which can draw us into that last Lightning Bolt, us into Lava Burst as well. Are overloaded by 2 here. So Drake Lava Burst still works.
Time runs out on me.
Oh, that's a very good draw.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Shit, yeah. Definitely changes things here. Yeah. Getting that 1 and 12 top deck. Still going to play it safe though and coin out the Ice Lance. Make sure that Doom Hammer isn't swinging face to pop the second block.
Okay, so it is popping.
It is getting popped.
But at the same time, then he just responds with Alex and kills unless he gets Taunt Totem.
Yeah, we can. Oh, we can't play Hex this turn, so.
Right.
Yeah,
That's the downside. So you could Hex and then probably be safe.
Protects me.
But. Okay, so he's taking this conservative line.
Yeah. I honestly don't mind this one. Yeah, when your opponent's got 3 cards in hand, like, it's definitely scary and you're definitely on a clock this game, but, playing against this deck with Alex, it's can be kind of terrifying, but kind of a funny situation here with 4 taunts on the board for this mage deck. They will get cleared next turn by this Lightning Storm for sure, but and the block will be popped. Yeah, I just don't think that Tony's going to have the impact here to be able to swing things back.
Yeah, this should be over now.
Yeah, especially with this Lava Burst drawn, even when the Alex heal comes up. And so yeah, Jammy going to leave Pickle at 1. That's the last ice block in the deck. That means Alex is being played for sure next turn. We've got 7 plus we got lethal damage on board.
Yeah, he has Lava Burst and 4 from Flame Tongue.
Yeah. And no ability to Frostbolt the face there either. So, alright, well Jamie, going to be able to start this semifinal series off optimistically with a 1-0 lead over the Control Giants Freeze Hybrid Mage. Well played. So that will leave Jammy with his own Tempo Mage and Rogue left. And I would say, I suppose from Pickle's perspective, you probably send Druid last. Some people like to say, well, I gotta win with every deck anyway, so I just play your worst matchup first. I don't necessarily agree with that, because even though you might be unfavored against Tempo Mage, against mid-range Shaman, and against Rogue, there are certainly, you're more unfavored against probably mid-range Shaman or Tempo Mage than you are against Rogue. So trying to kind of allow his opponent to win a couple of games there and get the real serious threats to his Druid out of the way is probably the correct match strategy here.
Yeah, I don't necessarily like getting your worst matchup out of the way either. I'd rather just like go for the decks that have the best spread against the opponent first, so you can get more wins yourself.
Yeah, the other benefit to that approach as well is that if you win the early games, then you are able to high roll the later games, and this is something that we don't always see uh, players appreciating so much. But if you are playing, for example, a deck with Edwin in it, well, okay, you're up 2-0 in a series. Make a 16-16 Edwin and see if it sticks. You just win the series if your opponent doesn't have a response, and if they do, who cares? Now you're up 2-1 in the series. So yeah, going up early does tend to be favorable. I think having the match initiative, so to speak, does tend to be kind of favorable. And yeah, so here we got Jammy bringing mage against mage, some Harry Potter wizard fight going on here. I'm not exactly sure how this matchup goes, but I feel like Tempo Mage doesn't need the board too much. They'll take the board early before Frost Nova, Doomsayer, Blizzard, and Flame Strike come down, but later on in the game, the Tempo Mage isn't super concerned about sticking minions. They usually just want to do their minion damage early and finish the game off with some burn.
It's going to be very value oriented with this. Next turn, probably Frostbolt Coin Pig.
I suppose.
Reasonable.
I wonder if the Frostbolt Ice Lance is being saved for like Water Elemental, or if the idea here is just to get to play Mountain Giant early, because that's an awkward card to deal with. But there are answers. I mean, now the mirror image is a decent answer here. But if your opponent is... See, this is a fast play, and I think maybe could have considered a little bit more here. If your opponent is not playing cards out of hand and they have Mountain Giants, Mirror Entity seems like a very strong play there. Are a little bit afraid of Doomsayer if that happens, so yeah, I get why we wouldn't necessarily play it, but it's certainly worth considering. I'm gonna throw out the Polymorph really early here too. I don't necessarily fully agree with this move either. The reason being, we're like one turn away from being able to, from our opponent being able to comfortably Blizzard and Flame Strike us. And they don't want to play Frost Nova Doomsayer on the previous turn because they want to kill their own giant. So I think we could have waited and played a Mirror Image first, and then followed that up with Polymorph on the giant.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. The mirror image should probably block the giant anyways.
Right. Yeah, now we've overcommitted. We've committed all of our removal, and we've committed the taunts. So a clean clear here for Sticky Pickle, and is able to play the... yeah, he'll just kind of play his hand out. And he's going to go for the...
Dead.
Yeah. 6 plus 3 is 9. Which is also bigger than 8. Finding out. So yeah, Jammy pulling it out really quickly there, and kind of like we were saying, the board clear spells and the combos, the constant freezing of our opponent's board doesn't really matter when they're playing deck with Fireball and Frostbolt. So this tempo or this control mage struggling a little bit so far with mid-range shaman and tempo mage, 2 decks which have quite a few varied sources of damage that can be used to get around taunt minions or freezes or things like that, even showing us the cute little Earth Shock to unfreeze the Fire Elemental and pop the block there last game. So Jammy, a dark horse candidate too, somebody who has never participated in a tournament yet and has actually been just blazing through the bracket today.
You asked for it.
3-1. Or a 3-0 victory, had a 3-1 victory against our previous EU champion, 3-2 victory, and now up 2-0 here against Sticky Pickle. So, real fantastic run for Jammy's first tournament. Cool to see. And this matchup.
It should be quite painful for the rogue.
Yes. the luck stops here. Yeah. Typically, Freeze Mage very, very strong against Rogue. You can procedurally play this matchup from the Rogue perspective properly and still have not much of a chance. It's just hard to get around Vaporize. It's hard to get around Ice Block. It's hard to deal with the Moltens when they hit after the Ice Block. And if the Giants come down early enough in the game, those are also just a real pain for the Rogue. You can't just sap it. It comes back. It's troublesome. So I would expect to see Sticky Pickle bringing it back here to a 2-1 lead in this game. But you never know. I mean, Freeze Mage has to draw all the right cards, and Rogue is just a good deck that can deal a lot of damage.
What to do?
Yeah, conventionally Rogue wins most in this matchup by just getting a very early, huge Edwin that Mage has to continuously spend a lot of resources to stall. But we see in the Mage side he has BGH, so
Yeah,
it's kind of negated here.
Yeah, exactly. Not really an opportunity. And if you make a 6/6 Edwin, well, it gets frost bolted, and you know, we can deal with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
When we're talking about an economy of turns, you know, a 10/10 Edwin finishes the game in 3 turns. A 6/6 Edwin finishes the game in 5 turns, right? So it takes almost twice as long, and also, of course, the 6/6 Edwin much easier to stop. So Jammy off to an okay start here with the Earth and Ring, getting a little bit of chip damage in with that. Be terribly surprised to see a little bit of early cold blood action here. Drake also a solid play, just keeping 2 minions on the board.
From the Mage perspective, you're probably more inclined to clear than go face here.
I would think so, yeah. The rogue decks have a limited number of minions, and so at some point we're able to just cleanly clear off all of these rogue minions, and they're left with their Leroy combo. Well, Vaporize pretty much stops that, so.
Yeah, there's no need to like cold blood tank it when the opponent would probably trade himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Plus a cold-blooded Farseer is only doing 7 damage, and it could be kind of awkward to leave up 1 health giant when we don't have any other removal in our hand. Don't really want to bait flurry that. We'll see just how much commitment Jammy has here to going face. He's getting popped for the Blade Flurry here to cleanly clear off some of this stuff. I don't think it was a terrible idea to play. Oh, yeah, it was to play Cold Blood because we didn't know if it was Vaporized yet or not. So
I think it's okay. Right now he can actually set up lethal. His 14 from hand. Did he check for Vaporize yet? I think so, right?
Yeah, he just checked for Vaporize. That's why he didn't want to play the Cold Blood on the previous turn.
Right. So you could kill, or you could pop lock right now. That does leave up the opportunity for Moltens and taunts.
Yeah.
Actually, no, there are no taunts in this deck, right? Yeah, there's no taunts.
No Sun Furies or anything to go with these giants.
Yeah, so you can't kill without the Earthen up.
Well, Vaporize, definitely a very annoying card to deal with here for a rogue, and with a Molten Giant on the board, it's kind of somewhat running out of options, although looks like just going to go for a clean kill there with Backstab, SI, Eviscerate.
Yeah, and he knows that it's Vaporize because there are only 2 secrets in the deck. There's no barrier.
Yeah. Shame we don't have a prep. I would have made this turn absolutely amazing with Drake Backstab, Prep Eviscerate, and the SI. But this SI, it should be said, knowing what Pickle's got in hand here, with just the Fireball, it's pretty awkward to deal with this. I want to save Flame Strike for Auctioneer. You usually don't want to be using Fireball to kill a 3/3 here, so yeah. I think we still have to finish this Molten off with Eviscerate, though. We chose this line, now we have to go through with that.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to play Conceal there. Maybe worth a little bit of consideration at the end of the turn, though.
I mean, Pickle has no real damage yet in hand. He doesn't have anything that he can really bring the opponent's health total down. He has clears, I suppose. He has stall.
Yeah.
And do Doomsayer here.
I'm not sure. It's hard to figure out if Jammy has Auctioneer in hand. I think that usually we would want to just delay the Auctioneer turn rather than try and kill the Auctioneer outright with Flame Strike. So it might be a good tempo play here if we have that read, but I don't think we do. I think we probably last turn would have seen Auctioneer backstab, eviscerate,
Yeah.
maybe. And Pickle putting a lot of value on this Vaporize, completely willing to burn a Fireball just to get rid of that minion. But the follow-up here for Jammy, a good follow-up. I think this is where we use our Conceal.
It's really not good enough, though.
Because of the Flame Strike.
Flame Strike
Well,
versus Blizzards, like 4/4 is not really too threatening.
We could Conceal first and Edwin second. But this conservative approach, I can understand this. If your opponent just had to Fireball an SI, that means they're running out of removal and there's no Frostbolt in there. Double Ice Lance is just giving us further that read.
Shit is fine.
This guy's toast.
Yeah, Shift off the top is nice here.
I guess you have to play Edwin here. Conceal.
Yeah, I think so. Getting to the point where with 13 cards in the deck and 10 mana each, I don't think we can really afford to be waiting on Gadget's hand every turn. Pickle's running out of defensive resources here. He's basically been top decking for the last few turns. And although able to play Frost Nova Doomsayer here, we see that sap in hand, and having used so much burn already on these giants, that means that we have sap still around. So that's a nice thing. Poison's a pretty good pickup here too. Also with the Edwin here at 6/6, that BGH isn't going to be able to get value against it. So not sure if that was an intentional choice by Jammy or not, but works out nonetheless. And Pickle here really on the back foot with that deadly poison up. Going to be able to punch through the mirror image, going to be able to trigger the Vaporize, going to be able to pop the block if he wants to, and also sap a Molten Giant or Mountain Giant if it shows up. So yeah, really tough choice here from Sticky Pickle. Unlikely that
He might
this
be forced to Flame Strike here, and then hope that he does not have Leroy or Invis. But does that win you the game? Like,
I mean, that's. I think at this point we know that there's no Auctioneer, right? So Flame Strike, if we're saving that for Auctioneer, sure, Auctioneer's going to kill us anyway. But we've already seen a Conceal as well. Like how many possible? What could Jammy possibly have in our hand? And yeah, just going to try and delay here a little bit. Yeah, the fan feels good.
could probably.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's fine.
Get that second. Oh, I thought it was a second fan there. Okay, so we can't. Wow. We can pop the block, I suppose, with Eviscerate here.
I think he probably should have Leroyed first. And then fanned.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like a tricky situation here. I would be tempted to keep Leroy in hand, honestly, and pop the block with Eviscerate, because if Alex comes down this turn, we want the highest possible amount of damage that we can deal.
Yeah, if Alex comes down, you would. Yeah, you didn't sap the Doomsayer either.
Right. But no Alex and no block on this turn means that
You are great.
Eviscerate's going to win the game. You know what's funny, though, is that if this Molten Giant hadn't been played, there would be no combo activator for Eviscerate here, and actually Jammy wouldn't have been able to deal lethal damage. So, neat little...
That's an interesting note. I don't think Pickle can not play it, though.
No, we absolutely have to. Absolutely have to play it there, so... Okay,
I mean,
well...
Pickle was rich for a long time. He never really drew draw. He never drew Alex, never drew, like, more impactful cards than what he had.
Yeah, and then similarly there, Jammy with the ability to quickly, find the like the minions, minion after minion after minion, to just wear down that vaporize and finally be able to punch through. Just Pickle forced to play too much defense there. So good games, well played by both, and Jammy will be our second finalist here. So our finals today will be Jammy against Warfarener, both of whom are playing in their very first tournament here in the EU. So, and we have numerous EU and NA champions playing in this tournament, so they've managed to overcome quite the odds. Facing off in our third place match, we'll play that one first. That's going to be Sticky Pickle against Watkins here to see who takes home that third place Eternal EU champion prize. So, suppose we could take just a little bit of a break here. Get ready for those matches. I can let the players know that they'll start in about 10 minutes or so. Sound good?
Yep.
Okay, cool. That'll give Sticky Pickle a little bit of a break here as well between matches. It's always kind of rough to play a match and then have to go straight into another one, mentally reset and stuff. So let's give Sticky Pickle a little bit of a break. I will let both of those players know that they can start that match in about 10 minutes.
All right, yeah, we'll be back then.
Well, welcome back, Hearthstone friends, for our final EU Sendoff tournament here before Classic is removed from the game. Seen a pretty good tournament so far, and we'll be headed straight into the finals now with Jammy against Warfarener, two players who have not played in tournaments before, so we're getting our first peek at them today. It's very impressive, their abilities to advance this far in a tournament, especially with so many big names that they have to come up against. So big props to both players there. We have not heard back from one of our third place contestants here today, so it doesn't sound like we're going to be doing the third place match today. Maybe we do it after the finals, we'll see. But we're going to hop right into Warfarener against Jammy as soon as they're ready to go. As we're waiting here, we could take a look at their decks, see what kind of things they're bringing. We've seen a fair amount of these players already so far in the tournament, so taking a look at Jammy's decks here. We've seen these before. He's bringing Miracle Rogue. That's fairly close to standard. Does have the 2 Cold Bloods, not seeing the Sinister Strikes out of Jammy's deck here today. 2 copies of Drake, 2 copies of Sap, a little bit more anti-Druid. Speaking of anti-Druid, it's also brought a Druid deck with Naturalize, a couple of Chillwind Yetis, Sylvanas in the 6th slot there, so a little bit of an anti-Druid Druid deck. Also has Tempo Mage and rounding it out with mid-range Shaman, both of which are also good against Druid. So Jammy lined up there. Gonna have a little bit of a trouble here because there is no Druid from his opponent Warfarener. Warfarener's brought Zulok, Combo Priest, Tempo Mage, kind of a minion-based Tempo Mage, and I don't know what kind of rogue you would call this. It's a Miracle Rogue with some Cold Lights, Sinister Strikes, and Arcane Columns in it, so a little bit faster Miracle Rogue. So this anti-Druid lineup, usually a pretty safe choice in EU tournaments. We see almost every player bringing those, but Jammy going to be a little bit punished for bringing anti-Druid stuff when he's not facing off against a Druid here in the finals. So we'll see how that match goes. Both players have checked in. It looks like we haven't gotten our bans in yet for those, but not exactly sure what each side wants to ban. Rogue is a pretty popular one to ban. I would expect to see rogue bans there, specifically if a player brings Priest. Tends to be a little bit weak against Rogue. Generally expect that Priest players will ban Rogue, so wouldn't be surprised to see that banned out.
Yeah, it'll be hard for Jammy's Druid to get a win against the other lineup of Zoo, Temple Mage, Emerald, and kind of Tempo-y combo Priest.
Yeah, definitely. Now, normally Priest has a lot of trouble with Druid, but I think these kind of minion-heavy health buff Priest decks can kind of pose a problem to Druid. You consider a Priest board wide if they have 2 decent HP minions on the board. And if they manage to hit that power spike with a couple of Blade Masters or Light Spawn, that can be kind of tough for the Druid to deal with. They can get out of control quick. Tempo Enforcer. Tempo Enforcer, also a card that at 6 HP is just kind of awkward for the Druid to deal with. Now there is a Naturalize in the Druid deck, which can be kind of nice, but giving Priest cards isn't exactly always what you want. Priest is usually wanting to have a full hand, all kinds of reactive options ready to go. So yeah, I think this will be interesting. I like that both players have mixed it up a bit with their different options here for their decks. Haven't just chosen always the conventional route with their lists, so that'll be cool to see.
Gul'dan versus Troll.
And I'm not even sure who's favored here.
Your soul shall be mine.
I want to say Warfarener might be a little bit favored here with just the ability to fight so well against these Druid decks.
Yeah, I lean that way as well. Do we know what the bans were?
Let's see if they got their bans in now. Yes, both players have banned Rogue. No real surprises there. So We'll see the first match here of Zoo against. This is more or less mid-range Shaman. Don't let the Leper Gnome fool you. And typically this matchup not super great for the Shaman. They do have 2 copies of Lightning Storm, and we see 1 in Jammy's hand already. So that's reassuring. But there are ways to get around Lightning Storm as well. And Warlock has a lot of reload in their deck as well. Typically takes kind of a Lightning Storms plus Pyromancer in order to succeed.
Not much of a play here from Jammy's side.
Yeah, just toteming the top totem, not the worst thing in the world, but these harvest columns are excellent totem killers, much the same way as Keeper of the Grove. These 2 health and fairly high HP minions can be so useful in just stopping the opponent from totem every turn.
Engine is a slight pain. Let's see, can they draw Dire Wolf or something? I think you tap first.
It's a tough question here whether we tap or just dump the whole hand. I'd typically be in favor of maybe tapping, trying to find Soulfire, Dire Wolf.
Yeah, you already have a pretty wide board. I don't feel like you need to send like 4 more minions in this situation.
Right. One of them is a Death Rattle minion. We do play 2 Young Priestesses, which can buff our minions up a little bit, but I don't think we're getting the proper value there if we do. Lightning Storm still deals with our board pretty well. Like, even if, these Priestesses don't necessarily help too much there, so Warfarer may be having second thoughts here after playing the Priestess, wondering if, I made a mistake in allowing Lightning Storm, because that's really the Shaman's only way back.
Or 1 health minions right here. Having 2 Priestesses up does not seem like it's great into Lightning Storm anyways, so I'd rather tap first, see if you get Soulfire.
Yeah, I think so too. But, so Warfarer made a mistake, but I like that they corrected that as well and chose not to just, commit fully to that line. So, saving a couple of minions here. And now Jammy will be overloaded this turn, so won't have the ability to play anything too useful. Does have Lava Burst in hand, and then Hex for this Doom Guard. I would expect to see the Lava Burst come down here on the Dark Iron. It's important to keep that HP total pretty high. We've already burned 1 Lightning Storm, so we really have to be focused on removing the opponent's board.
Really, that exposes you too much to Doom Guard, I think.
I think so too. Yeah, I completely agree. We need the Hex for Doom Guard. Anytime we can kill off a 4 or 5 HP minion with Lava Burst. Yeah, we don't get to play the Fire Elemental next turn. We got 2 in hand, so that feels bad, but... get to play the Fire Elemental, but how much do we want to? But Jammy's still at 18. Gonna go down to 12 this turn just from the board damage. Still gonna have a little bit of trouble trading into this Doom Guard on the next turn as well. Flame Defender of Argus is a good pickup here. This Argent Squire can be a real pain in the ass without Earthshock, and we see Jammy without Earthshock, even though they've got 2 in the deck, but now with just a 2 in 19 chance there to draw it, those are tough odds. And yeah, Jammy getting aggroed down.
So you can't kill Doom Guard here with the top deck. What else can you do with 4 mana? You can Hand Tide. You can Rock Biter.
Yeah, we're sort of in.
You got like 7 damage on the board.
Yeah. I'm not even sure that. Do we die if we play Rock Biter here and swing into the?
There's
1-2?
actually not much of a point to do it. You swing in with your 6/5, I guess.
Yeah.
Because you can't go Squire regardless.
Yeah. I mean, how many outs do we realistically have here? Can't play the Drake this turn to draw into any more. Pretty much have to play Lava Burst, Lightning Bolt here.
Drake into like what top deck Hex? Can you would have top deck Lightning Storm doesn't do enough.
No, I don't think top deck Lightning Storm is able to close it out here.
Yeah, so this is fair. It gets rid of 5 damage, all the same.
Yeah. And no direct damage coming in yet, but tapping into Soulfire, yeah, and it happens.
Yes, this is classic.
Yeah. We've seen this happen before, I think. We've all been on the receiving end of this, so okay, well Warfare are able to pull out the first game there, going up 1-0 in our finals with Zulok, the Shaman. Pretty favored matchup for the Zulok, so that's good news there for Warfare. So after that first game now with a win with the Warlock, Warfare's got a choice between this combo Priest or Tempo Mage here, depending on which he'd prefer. Given that Shaman is still up, I would say Tempo Mage seems like the play here. Tempo Mage much stronger against Shaman than this Priest that's just going to get hexed over and over. So that would be my thought is bring Priest next.
Yeah, I do.
Or bring Mage in.
Yeah, I agree with that. Mage is fine into basically all the other versus lineup.
You
Yeah,
asked for it.
yeah. So Mage it is. And are you looking at a pretty decent hand here for Jammy though, with Wild Growth into Senjin or Wild Growth into Yeti. I think I'd probably ditch the Yeti and look for a Keeper of the Grove. That's really our ideal there. Maybe Wrath. I'm not 100% sure if we are digging for that. Maybe Swipe too, but I don't really want to keep 2 4-drops when we have Wild Growth. We're not going to be able to play both of those on turn 4, unfortunately.
Fireball, that's interesting.
Yeah, she's going to keep Fireball.
You would want to fish for your early game minions.
I would think the same thing. That's really how we win this matchup. We close it out with Fireball either to the face or some of those big minions. Now, in some other matchups, if we're scared of Druid innervating something big out, sure, we keep some removal, but we can't play Fireball when the big innervated minion comes out. So I'm a little bit skeptical of that. And Warfare's stuck with an awkward hand here that's got a single minion in Water Elemental.
Yeah, like Tempo Mage is generally a more proactive deck, and as such, you probably want to hold proactive cards. I think that Mirror Entity is like justified as a keep because it can be game winning, especially when paired with Kieran Tor, and it's just backbreaking against Druid.
Yeah.
But I'm not a huge fan of Fireball.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think keeping the Mirror Entity is perfectly reasonable. Like you say, that just having a free win with Kieran Tor is great. I am a little bit skeptical of Jammy's choice here to not play Keeper. I feel like Knife Juggler is one of those cards that it's just about everybody's favorite thing to Keeper. And
there's an argument to be made to send it into Mirror Entity. And the creature by itself is not yet the most friendly. I mean, we see a lot of value from it right now.
Yeah, I mean, Mirror Entity is, you're right, it is the best minion to send into that. Maybe BGH a little bit better just because it can kill it more easily. But nonetheless, I mean, Mirror Entity sucks to play against no matter what. Even at 2/4 is still kind of a pain to deal with from the Druid's perspective. So, yeah, I would. Warfarener here. I think this choice deserves careful consideration. I'm not a huge fan of making a hasty decision here. We're playing in the finals. Got plenty of time before we rope. Got to figure out what are we afraid of? What are we trying to read in our opponent's hand? What could they possibly have that they played Getty on 4 and then followed it up with the Keeper of the Grove?
Going into turn 6, you would expect them to play something like Sylvanas or Druid the Claw, Azure Drake. Is Mana Worm good enough here?
And I would feel like yeah, the best play here was the one that was made of going for Mirror Entity. It looks like the client might have bugged out there.
Yeah, something. Let me try to rejoin the game.
This has happened to me a couple of times before. I think you just have to respectate. Occasionally, I think there's like some desync issues. We saw the Chillwind Yeti at -1 HP just kind of sitting there. But yeah, that happens sometimes in spectate mode. Alright, cool. So we got a second Keeper of the Grove that got cloned here. Oh, nice pickup of Wrath. It's going to be a happy place. Arcane Intellect, pretty good here. A little surprised to see the Fireball play. Feel like, you know, a lot of times this Azure Drake, yeah, it's annoying. No, we don't really want it on the board to play against. But when our opponent has 5 cards and we've got 1, I think we're usually trying to save our Fireball for face damage or to remove a 6 health taunt. In this situation, Jammy able to curve out kind of nicely here.
Put this apple on your head. Someday I'll be just like you.
For the draw at the end here, finds the Kirin Tor, finds a copy of Arcane Missiles, but I don't think that the Arcane Missiles are really going to do much here. You know, we can prey on 2 of the trading off this 2/3 and then trying to hit Arcane Missiles on this last 2/2, but this may be one of the weaker cards against Druid in the deck, just because Druid's going to play beefy stuff by the time we get late in the game. Not that useful. And Jammy likely just going to heal face here. Good choice.
Yeah, this is the only way you lose. It should be hard to lose in this position, too.
Yep. There is no, yeah, there's no polymorph for the Ragnaros, so no matter what is drawn there, Warfarener would have to get a Fireball and then an extremely lucky Arcane Missile roll. Well, not extremely, but kind of a lucky Arcane Missile roll with the ping. So, Jamie, that is a huge win for them, being able to win with the Druid against a lineup that's pretty favored against Druid. So that kind of turns the matchup on its head here a little bit, meaning that Shaman might face off against Priest, and that would be an ideal situation here for Jammy. We'll see. It's going to be kind of a coin flip to find out if we get into a counter matchup here. And okay, so Jammy able to
it is on.
dodge that. Both players able to dodge that counter matchup. Now we see Tempo Mage on Tempo Mage. Arceus, if you're watching, I hope you're proud. Bringing this deck into the limelight. So yeah, seeing both players with Tempo Mage. Mirror here. Well, the Kirin Tor Mirror Entity is looking nice. That's a good start. But Jammy also has a pretty strong hand with a couple of early minions. Got that Elemental in there as well. Warfarener, not much choice this turn. Just got a Hero Power, Swing Face, pass.
He decided not to ping on coin ping on the first turn, when he did have 2 follow-ups in Blue Border and 3/2.
Yeah. And there's no Frostbolt or anything to deal with a Knife Juggler if it came out, so it would make sense that you'd want to contest the board with a minion on 2. Maybe thinking about coining out the water elemental, but obviously we see that's not going to happen here. Don't want to put that into a mirror entity.
Yeah, there's no counter spell either, so there's no saving coin doesn't help for that.
Yeah. So I would say mirror image makes sense here. If we get knife jugglered or arcane missiled, we probably want to have mirror image up to soak up some of those shots so our single minion that we have on the board here doesn't die. But not going to opt to play that mirror image there. Gonna keep this stuff on the board.
Yeah, it doesn't feel amazing here either because you do give them the draw.
Yeah.
You're getting quite low soon.
Yeah, and also an awkward situation here set up with the mirror image where we're going to have, or the mirror entity where now it's cloning a very important high HP minion here in the form of the water elemental. Let's have a decent follow-up here by casting the mirror image, get in the way of some of those minions for just a moment. I think we can tell that Warfarener is the clear aggressor in this matchup. Going to be trying to finish it off with these 2 frost bolts. Draw another fireball. That's great. But man, this Kirin has hit for a lot of damage.
For the crusade! The light protects me.
And now hitting for 5 this turn.
Send you a full face.
I think you got it. You're at 30 HP here. You're not gonna. We're hoping to just win through burn damage. We got 6 in hand plus 1 from the hero power next turn. That leaves us only 3 damage we need to do on the board. And if Jammy doesn't draw arcane
the 1
missiles,
damage there is like impactful because if you draw fireball, you're still going to kill over 2 turns with the amount of mana that you have.
yeah.
The pinged face isn't actually. I don't think it's actually that impactful there.
Yeah, I don't think it's fully necessary, but there is a chance that our minions survived this turn. Arcane missiles and knife juggler are really the only options to clear those. So if those hadn't come down, I think the ping to the face would have been something that mattered. They're getting Jammy down to 3.
Easy.
All right, that makes sense to me. There's no healing in the deck, but there is a counter spell. So I would say it's as tempting as it is to play Fireball face and then Frostbolt a minion because we have lethal next turn with Frostbolt anyway. I think we got a Frostbolt face here.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Fireball.
Is there any way that you can die though? You have 6, 9, 12 on board. There's no ice slants or anything, so you can do 12, 18, 21, 23. So yeah, even with Fireball, Frostball, I think it's 1 off for Jammy.
Yeah. Innervate Ragnaros.
Innervate and Mage.
Yeah. Oh no! Don't
Really?
Frostbolt that thing. You can't die. Well, I mean, I guess technically, you can buff up the mana. It could buff up the mana work for sure. It's not so much about the knife juggler here.
Actually, if he does have like arcane missiles and or mirror image with Fireball Frostbow, you do die technically.
Yeah. So Warfarener playing it pretty greedy here. We'll see if the counter spell comes down. It does not. And 1 mana short of being able to counter spell if the Drake draws it. Yes, we'll get a little pity view here on whether it came up. And it did. Oh shit, the Sorcerer's Apprentice is up. And Warfarener punished hard here if he doesn't draw another spell. And that's a tough beat.
Yeah, I don't think that hitting the mana worm is correct. You want to set him to 1, and he has to have a really specific set of 3 cards to kill you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, these final situations are tense and difficult. I think, I know Warfarener did spend some time thinking about that play there, but that's kind of 2 games in a row that his opponent has gotten away with being able to, find a single out. And you might say lucky for Jammy, but when your opponent's got a single out in the deck, it's pretty easy to play around that and just anticipate what it's going to be. So, Warfarer now down 2-1 in this finals to Jammy. Jammy bringing the mid-range Shaman here against Tempo Mage, which I don't know.
Shaman versus Mage and Priest. I have no idea who exactly is favored here, frankly.
I would think that the Tempo Mage is a little bit favored here. I think just, their ability to do damage quickly against a class that doesn't have a tremendous amount of healing, that's usually a good thing. But, Mage has some good, or Shaman has some good reactive options as well. And Jammy here, I'm not sure what the decision was regarding why to trade in with the Squire, but I think it was probably correct, anticipating that Scarlet Crusader can come down on this turn. So, probably a good one there. Kind of would have been tempted to play Arcane Missiles and Ping on the last turn there. This sort of opens us up to some kind of annoying stuff. I think Rockbiter face and coin the Manatide. Yeah, I mean the mage doesn't want to deal with the Manatide on the board. They don't want to be swinging into a 0-3 totem here. But if they leave it up, that's a ticking clock where if the Shaman draws all of their answers here, they're good to go and already paying dividends with this Hex picked up off the top.
This is the best thing that you Hex as well in this deck.
Yeah, with no top end of Ragnaros or Azure Drake or Antonidas like we normally see, you're absolutely right. This is the best Hex target that we have. And a little bit of a punish here too for playing out that Kirin Torso early on turn 3 instead of Arcane Missiles and Ping, where now we're drawing the Mirror Entity and just can't really afford to play it here.
Your Lightning Storm, kind of sad.
Not really the perfect Lightning Storm here. I'm gonna opt to Totem with it. I, to be honest, would have preferred to have seen the Flame Tongue Totem here. I don't think we really have a sincere desire to play this one too slowly. Could end up with two more attack last turn on the board, so. Jammy also saving this Argent Squire helps play around this Mirror Entity as well. It's always good to keep, even though we can sometimes squeeze in a nice little value menu at the end of our turn, keeping that in hand really diminishes the effect of this Mirror Entity here. And I would think the correct play here is to trot out that Squire first. Check and see. Oh, I guess we know it's not Counterspell, so. Yeah, maybe just, Feral Spirit seems fine here. It's Mirror Entity. Feral Spirit deals with whatever comes out of the Mirror Entity just fine. And Warfare are now going to have to figure out how to deal 24 points of damage through a lot of taunts with no AoEs. That's a tough break.
Yeah, and there's Ascension and a Defender of Argus left in the deck, but also the hand, really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Defender of Argus plus this Argent Squire is going to be kind of annoying too, and take a lot of damage to bring that thing down.
Should be very, very hard, if not impossible, for Mage to get the board back on no card draw. And Shaman having 7 cards in hand.
Yeah. This Manatide again just sets up a persistent threat here, where Jammy has plenty of duds in the deck that aren't going to do anything for him, but with the Manatide, getting to draw through all of those duds and find the real cards that are actually going to stop the mage from doing damage, like Defender of Argus and Senjin and whatever else. Really helpful. Cheekily cloning this this Flame Tongue Totem here. Mage with no way to buff minions is going to be unable to do anything with that.
I think killing the 3/2 is kind of a mistake. You'd rather have the persistent draw. 3/2
I think so.
is literally not going to do anything more.
I think so too. Yeah, absolutely.
But
And then,
it was basically over.
yeah, exactly. Kind of rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic there. So, yeah, Jammy able to bring it back there with a quick 3-1 after that first game. And yeah, a couple of good top decks, but you play to your outs, and I think Warfarener had a good chance to just correctly anticipate what their opponent was going to play. So good games, well played from Jammy, and congratulations, huge congratulations for being a Dark Horse winner of a tournament here. In fact, our last 2 EU champions, it's been their first tournament. So yeah, big props to them. That'll be our reigning EU champion for eternity. There's Jammy.
Have we heard back from the third place match?
We have not. So I don't think we're going to do the third place match here. That'll wrap it up as far as the games are concerned for today. But we got Jammy joining us here for a winner's interview. I'll get that all set up, get him added to the call here while we're getting ready. So let's see if I can. How does one add a friend in Discord? Alrighty, let's get our new friend in here. Jammy.
Hello. Oh, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Sorry, your mic was a little bit loud there, but I got it under control now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no worries. So congratulations. Great job.
Thank you. Yeah. It's a shame it's the last one, but...
Have you, I know this is your first tournament here. Have you ever had a chance to watch any of these tournaments in the past, or kind of be a fly on the wall?
Well, I used to play in sort of UK tournaments years back now. And then I got back into Hearthstone because of literally just to play classic Hearthstone, because I don't have the cards to play standard anymore. I haven't kept up with it. I got back into it, and then probably a couple months ago I saw these tournaments and thought, wow, when my schedule comes around and I can put some time into playing, I'll give one a go. So it's a shame it's the last one, but
yeah, well,
you
get to be the eternal EU champion. That's always kind of nice. You've got a special role in Discord for that. So yeah, tell us a little bit about your Hearthstone career. When did you start playing?
Literally, I started playing in beta.
Mm-hmm.
I was playing for probably 2-3 years, and over that time started playing more competitively, and then just sort of when life took over, I stopped playing almost altogether, and then got back into it, literally a couple months ago. Just classic. I would log on, hit legend for the month in classic, and then that was about it.
Well, it's kind of a shame that you won't be able to continue that now.
I don't know what. I play Battlegrounds a fair amount, but I don't know what I'll do I might get back into standard or wild or something. We'll have to see.
Kind of a tough identity crisis, I think, for a lot of us. Is
Yeah.
a lot of us didn't come to Classic, having never played Hearthstone before. We came because we were less interested in playing Standard and Wild with all the crazy swings on the board and all kinds of, the shenanigans essentially. Where you don't have that same thing in Classic. It's you build up incremental advantages. You have to think around what your opponent's going to do. You have to use your hero power effectively. There are a lot of differences between Classic and Standard or Wild. So. I can understand that you're in kind of the same situation there where you said, I don't want to come back to Classic, or Standard, I don't want to grind out all the cards, right? Just want to come back and have something reliable you can play at the end of the day. So, it's a bittersweet moment, I think, for all of us. But, I'm glad that you got some time in to play Classic a little bit more. Wish you got a little bit more.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, so you did a great job today. You won the tournament on your first run. You had some very interesting decks. So I was hoping to ask you a couple of questions about those, just kind of get an idea where your thinking was. So looking at your lineup as a whole, it looks like you were teched for the Druid matchup. You were expecting to ban everything but Druid and try and just beat Druid. Does that sound accurate?
I think the way I've seen it, you bring Rogue and Druid, because even in unfavorable matchups, you can still just do Rogue and Druid things. And so I wanted to ban one of them and build my lineup around beating the other. And I think beating Druid is maybe a bit easier than beating Rogue. I don't know. But yeah, I built my lineup around beating Druid. I wanted to put some more, like my Druid deck, especially teched against beating Druid. Just trying to get minions on the board in the mid game and like a naturalize to get rid of them. Tempo Mage I think is really good against Druid. Let's see, my favorite deck of all time is like just hyper aggressive aggro mage without all of the sort of rag, probably like no. You just go face more or less. But I wanted to fit it into my lineup, but I don't think I could. It's not reliable enough, really. And then my fourth deck was the Shaman, which I'm not sure about, but it worked out really well for me. So I haven't done too well with it on ladder, but I think that's because it's not great against Rogue, and it's not that great against Zoo. Like the lightning storms help, but you just get run off the board eventually. They just can flood and flood and flood.
Yeah, typically one adaptation we see with the Shaman decks that are trying to tech a little bit more for the aggro matchup, specifically in our NA tournaments, has been to include Pyromancers in there, if not one, two of, in order to try and, Pyromancer, Earth Shock kind of stuff, clear off some of those Zoo minions. But in an EU tournament, I think you made an intelligent choice there, not bringing the Pyros in the deck, just sticking to an anti-Druid strategy. And it really paid off with that deck. I'm kind of curious where the one Leper Gnome is coming from.
This deck started out much more aggressive than it is now. I think it's quite important with the Shaman to be able to get on the board early. You can't, like, if you don't have anything on the board by like turn 3, you've probably, in like a lot of matchups, you've probably lost, or at least you'll really struggle. In hindsight, I think Leper Gnome is probably not the right one drop, but I think maybe that could be maybe a young priestess. But I think you need early minions, otherwise you just never get a presence on the board.
Yeah, I totally hear that. I think, Worgen Infiltrator's a possibility, probably not the strongest replacement. Abusive Sergeant, maybe not necessarily so bad, with the ability to buff totems up, trade into stuff, even if you do have a kind of bad, first couple of turns. You can play Abusive on turn 1, or you can, wait, put a couple totems down, trade in. But yeah, I mean, it's a single card in the deck. I don't think it's terrifically impactful. And, we saw it played a couple of times and did things that Leopard normally does, so it worked out pretty well.
Yeah, it worked out.
How about this Tempo Mage list? Now, what was your... I understand your inspiration for choosing the deck archetype as a whole, but this specific list, what were your thoughts behind it? I see 1 copy of Mirror Entity, 1 copy of Counterspell. I see an Ooze in there, probably, dealing with Warrior or something like that. But yeah, explain some of those card choices to us.
So originally, I had this deck with 2 Counterspell, 2 Mirror Entity, 2 Current Mage, and I didn't have the Ooze, I didn't have the Polymorph, and I didn't have... I think I maybe only had 1 copy of Azure Drake or something. I can't remember what the third card was. Or maybe I only had 1 Counterspell. But I found that Kirin Mage on most turns was just, a 4/3. Even when I had all the secrets in like an extra secret in the deck. So I didn't mind cutting that for the Ooze, which helps with Warrior, helps with Rogue if I decided not to ban it for some reason. It helps with Shaman matchups and Paladins. And then the Polymorph is, I found to be like a really good card in Tempo Mage, just the 1, because it can get a bit heavy otherwise. But you'll often find that someone will play, they've just about recovered from the board and then they play their big minion and you can never recover from that, but with the Polymorph you can. So it gives you a bit of extra life in the deck.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of matchups where you can be a little bit scared of, like Ancient of War. Usually you want to have won the game by then, but if Ancient of War comes down innervated after a wild growth, you're talking about a turn 4 or 5. Ancient, that's going to be tough to deal with. So I like the inclusion of Polymorph a lot. Ragnaros, also another card that's very hard to remove with just pure damage. Don't want to waste a Fireball and a Frostbolt on it. So yeah, I like that choice a lot.
And the Giants, apparently.
Apparently, yeah, we actually, here's something crazy. We saw fewer Giants in this tournament than we normally do. We have 1 fantastic player who brings 4 Giants in every single deck. So, yeah, we saw a little bit less of that. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Is that when somebody throws down a turn 4 Mountain Giant after pinging repeatedly all game. It's really helpful to have that Polymorph to keep things going and not have to worry about, racing somebody with an 8 health or 8 attack minion, or having to waste a bunch of burn on that minion either. So.
And you feel like you've got, like, a lot of the time when you lose in Tempo Mage, you feel like if you had 1 more turn or 2 more turns, you could have won. Like, you just weren't quick enough. And yeah, it really helps with that.
Explain your Antonidas choice. This is like one spot where we sometimes see a flex with Tempo Mage players where they'll choose either Antonidas or Rag or neither of them. But we don't always see them paired up together on the high end. Do you feel like, given the matchups you were going to face, that's an okay thing, or is that something that you would change if you had another chance?
I think specifically in, like, because I built this for Druids, I think you need a fair amount of the time just something to put down that's relatively big. You get to the point where they're on sort of 10 health or whatever, and your board is sort of not that great. You've maybe got a Sorcerer's Apprentice down or something, and you just need something big. So I've tried running with just the Antonidas. I tried running with just the Rag, and honestly, I think having, even if you don't get a fireball off of the Antonidas, it's, you know, you have to kill it, and it's just a big thing.
Yeah, so 7 health is you know, not trivial for most decks to deal with. You have Shaman able to deal with it with Hex, but outside of that, not a lot of decks, you know, run the ability to deal with Antonidas. You can't just silence him because the 5/7 body is still there. And most burn for the classes that you're playing against don't effectively deal with Antonidas as well. So I can understand that argument that, yeah, sure, you want it there for the body, you also want it there to generate fireballs. It basically has taunt. And if it stays alive, you basically win the game.
You win the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I like those choices there. Now the Druid deck, there are a couple of things that we usually see as adaptations to anti-Druid. Number one is we see how many things the player puts in a 6 slot there. So for full true anti-Druid lineups in the EU, historically we've seen Sylvanas, Karin, and Black Knight played in the 6 slot. Sometimes a replacement of Sylvanas with Sunwalker. The other adaptation is these 2 Chillwind Yetis. That's something that you've got in there. But you also have a Naturalize in there, which I think is an excellent adaptation. So let's start with the 6 slot. So you brought Sylvanas exclusively in the 6 slot. Did you have any thoughts about maybe bringing Karin there instead, or Black Knight?
I did. I just think Sylvanas is the. I find Sylvanas is a better just throw down a 6 minion than Karin in most situations. I only really wanted to run 1 minion there. And I think Sylvanas is just a better throwdown minion in most situations. You know, sometimes Karin is better. And I've tried running Black Knight, but I think having like a Rag in the deck is better than having an extra 6. I think having 3 4-drops that you can just throw down is a little bit better than just having the 2. I really like running the Naturalize. I find that a lot of games, like on turn 9, you can just Rag Naturalize and it, you know, wins you the game. You can, even on turn like 6, you can drill or Naturalize and it just wins you the game sometimes. It's a really good tempo play.
Yeah, absolutely. It has some other ancillary benefits where if you're playing against Handlock or Freeze Mage, not that you have trouble with Freeze Mage anyway, but playing against like Handlock, being able to naturalize, mill a couple of cards that they were planning to use, it can, you know, have some benefits there. Sometimes that's the healing they needed to stay alive or the taunt they needed to stay alive. So I can definitely appreciate that choice. I think one of is correct as well. Thalnos is a card we don't always see with Druid. Explain your reasoning there for including that.
I have always liked, like, from when I was, you know, back in 2014, I've always liked running Thalnos in Druid. I think the extra damage on a swipe is often noticeable. Like, it clears a Knife Juggler, it clears Sorcerer's Apprentices. Like, the extra it means you don't have to waste the 4 damage on clearing those minions. I always really liked running Thalnos and Druid.
Yeah, and you know, one of Druid's weaker matchups is against Shaman, where as the Shaman just continues to hero power, you kind of fall behind in your ability to remove those totems. They can efficiently remove your minions. You may be able to efficiently remove some of their big minions, but if they're left with a board full of totems, it takes one single Flame Tongue or Defender of Argus to really make that into something scary. So I've always really appreciated the Thalnos swipe capability there to just, it's a single card that improves a matchup immensely. That's already, you know, it's unfavored, but it's not impossible for the Druid to win. So, yeah, I think Thalnos is a very worthwhile choice. And I think it's smart in an EU tournament where a lot of players have historically brought mid-range Shaman and targeted Druids. So, yeah, I think that's a good adaptation. Now, you mentioned a little bit about the consistency here of your Force Slot, where of course you're always going to bring Keeper of the Grove, but we see a lot of variation here with players bringing Chillwind Yeti ×2, Sen'jin ×2, sometimes both ×2. You opted for 2 Yetis and a Sen'jin here. I'm guessing that you weren't planning to see that much aggro, which is why you brought the 2 Yetis, but you still include the Sen'jin, so I'm kind of curious about that.
I think having something to play after a wild growth is really good. So you need something to play after you play the wild growth, and I just think Yeti is better in most situations. Like non-aggro situations, it's just it's an extra damage. I do when I play on ladder. Sometimes I will switch out. Oftentimes, mostly I'll actually switch out the Harvest Golem for a Shield Master. So I'll run Harvest Golem and 2 Sen'jin. But I think I wasn't expecting too much, super aggro. And I think the Harvest Golem just sticks around a little bit better than the Sen'jin.
It's fine against aggro too, right? Like you have something to innervate out on turn 1. It has its own uses as well. You don't really want to be innervating BGH against aggro, so it opens up possibilities there on a traditionally weak, odd-numbered turn for Druid early in the game. So I like the inclusion there, and it's annoying to deal with for a lot of classes. Warrior, they got to Borax it down, and they got to combo something with Whirlwind to get value. So you're already kind of creating some problems for your opponent when you choose Harvest Column there. So about this rogue list, I see 1 copy of Conceal. That's what really sticks out to me the most. 1 copy of Conceal, 1 copy of Farseer. Now, the 2 Saps make a lot of sense to me because you're trying to face your lineup against a Druid as much as possible. The 2 Drakes make a lot of sense to me for the same reason. But yeah, tell me a little bit about the 2 Shiv, 1 Earthen Ring, 1 Conceal here.
I'm not gonna lie. I didn't put too much effort into my rogue deck. I just sort of expected it to be banned, most of the time. I think the 1 Conceal is one of those cards that sometimes you just get a real rogue hand of 2 preps, 2 conceals, cold bloods with nothing to put them on, and the less you can, the less cards you can have that still allow you to play a good rogue deck, that give you just bad hands. I prefer not to have them. I don't mind having to draw further into my deck to find it. I think I don't mind playing an Auctioneer without playing the Conceal. If you draw 2 cards off of the Auctioneer, it's still a good. That's still a good minion. But honestly, I didn't put too much thought into my rogue deck. I just expected it to be banned most of the time.
So you were right on the money there.
Yeah.
Yeah. In particular, in the EU region, we see Rogue banned most of the time as the kind of go-to ban for people. NA, not so much. We've seen a lot of people let Rogue through ban Druid and just smork. But yeah, this makes a lot more sense on EU. And especially if you're facing a lot more priests and stuff like that, or mages with Flame Strike, like you say, does concealing the second Auctioneer really matter that much? Not necessarily. I think there are some other benefits to it, though. Sometimes you get early ad win and you want to conceal them, don't get them frost bolted or something.
It's better in the mirror as well to have 2 conceals, just because you can. It's quite hard. You can just Leroy conceal, and it's quite hard to deal with that in the mirror unless you have a Blade Flurry.
Yep.
But I prefer like the Farseer over the Conceal. I know some people don't run a second Shadow Step. Like I think I prefer drawing the cards, so I prefer the 2 shivs over it. And I guess if you're drawing through your deck faster, like the effect of having only 1 Conceal matters less.
Mm-hmm. So one of the sort of general themes I'm picking up on your choices for some of these cards here, and correct me if I'm wrong, is this idea that I guess I call top deck consistency, but it's also partly hand consistency, where you want to eliminate or you want to minimize the number of top decks that will be absolutely useless to you, and you want to minimize the number of cards that, if you draw a duplicate, for example, will be completely useless to you as well. So I see that in your choice of Conceal here. I see that in your choice of Kirin Tor Mage and a 1 fewer viewer entity than usually is played. I see that also in the Chillwind Yeti plus this engine in your 4 slot. So does that sound like kind of the approach that you've taken in some of these deck building decisions?
Yeah, I think that's how I build decks just in general. No one feels great drawing bad cards. So I'll deal with having, maybe a harder time thinking about your mulligan, or like a harder time, getting all your combo pieces together for actually being able to play your cards when you draw them.
Yeah, and it's an effective strategy globally, but I would say in particular in a tournament where you have higher variance, that doesn't equal out over time, right? You play 1,000 ladder games, and essentially you want the most statistically robust deck. But when you're in a tournament, if you miss a turn against a really strong player that's got a good consistent deck, you might just lose the game right there, right? So it kind of heightens our need to include fewer copies sometimes of cards that are yes, very nice, statistically speaking in the long run, but can just lead us to lose games because we drew 2 copies of Conceal, for example. So yeah, it's an effective approach, I think, for tournaments. And personally, it's the same one that I followed, which was just try and improve the top deck consistency of every single deck. Cards like Swamp Ooze feels fine to tech it in, right? It's going to have value sometimes. Otherwise, vanilla 3/2 is fine in a lot of situations. Like a lot of these choices that I'm seeing from you really seem to follow that pattern, and I think it's a really good one for tournaments.
Yeah, I think I would recommend it.
Probably not just for Hearthstone, right? There are a lot of games that are card where you draw cards, and you want to have the greatest chance of not having something bad be drawn into your hand, whether it's Hearthstone or whatever other card games people play. So
you just want to draw good cards.
Yeah. Okay, so since this is our last tournament, I got a couple of additional questions here while we got you on the line. And one of those is, what's your all-time favorite classic Hearthstone deck? Could have been one from way back in the day, or what really gets you motivated to play this format?
Classic Hearthstone deck. I've got to say, it's Aggro Mage. Just put all the. It's not so great in Classic Hearthstone. It was better. It was really good around GVG, and sort of a bit after that. But even in Classic Hearthstone, you put all the cards that say deal damage in your mage deck. You put some draw cards, and you put some ice blocks in your deck, and you just go and you just hope for the best. It's not so much a good deck, but it's a fun deck.
Well, you've got a big fan of that deck already here in the conversation. Phazure, how do you feel about Burn Mage?
I have the exact same opinion as you. I loved just sending face, having ice lances and having ice blocks. You need the ice blocks to have the mana to actually send off that to face. But I agree that it's a little bit inconsistent at times, and I considered it for like my early lineups as well. But yeah, it's just a little bit inconsistent sometimes.
You draw your cards backwards and the game doesn't go so well, right? I mean, not that that's totally untrue of every other deck, but you have sometimes it feels like a higher chance to draw your cards in reverse order and end up with like a handful of 3 drops, or there's just a lot of ways that it cannot work. So,
I mean, if you run all your cards to the face and your opponent builds out the board, they oftentimes beat you as well. So.
Yeah, typically that
the deck
aggregated.
does have decent like top deck consistency though, with a lot of draw. Like you can add workers, you can add AIs to the borders.
Yeah, it does have it does have a remarkable amount of consistency sometimes when you're able to just kind of hit your draw cards. You have like 2-3 cards in hand, and you're able to just trickle in enough card draw to, finish out the game with your last card, which is, of course, always a good feeling too. But
which is always Pyroblast. You've got to have that one Pyroblast just to finish out the game. That's the best feeling.
Finish the game in style. Yes. I may not be much of a mage player, but I can appreciate a good Pyroblast to the face, for sure.
I think it's still playable on ladder to some degree. Like at the high ranks, I was still able to get about 60% win rate, but I think the variance is a little bit too high for a tourney match.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I also think, like, in terms of the decks that I like to play, it's pretty good against, like, Rogue, which I was planning on banning anyway. It's awful against, like, Warrior, because they just armor out of it. Like, you're spamming and they don't care.
It's playable into Zoo. It's playable into Handlock especially as well.
It's good against Handlock, I found, but yeah, I think the Zoo matchup is pretty 50-50. If you draw your cards
You
quicker
basically
than they
can
can
have like
build
a
the
tempo
board.
mage and just try to snowball it early and send it up, where they're unable to really tap later in the game.
Yeah, I mean, you play a minion early enough in the game, it's kind of like a burn spell, right? Like you play something on turn 2. Well, if your opponent doesn't have a response to it, you're getting 3 free damage plus cost them removal or trading the next turn anyway. So, yeah, I think Tempo Mage is kind of just a more refined version of it. But I understand the allure of going face. I'm a kind of person that likes to go face rather than getting a 10 mana myself. So, definitely got a kindred spirit here. All right, so Jammy, once again, congratulations. It was great to get to meet you. I wish we had more of a chance to see you. Are there any shout-outs you'd like to have here in your moment to shine? Is there anything you want to say to the people that are now your Hearthstone fans?
Shout out to my kitten, who has cheered me on the entire tournament.
That's adorable. What's your kitten's name?
Pockets.
Oh my god, that's so cute. Well, thank you, Pockets, so much. Finally, we have a classic Hearthstone cheerleader that's worthy of our praise. So yeah, thanks so much for coming on and doing the interview with us. And again, congratulations, really great job coming in as in your first time playing a classic tournament and being able to take first place. A lot of solid play. I think your deck building decisions were really intelligent, and you managed to execute exactly what you're trying to do. So hopefully whatever games you're playing in addition to this or whatever else you're doing in your life, you can kind of use some of those same skills, because yeah, very, very solid, very impressive.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to wrap up our tournament here for the day. Now, of course, you all know this is the last Hearthstone tournament that we will be running as a community. I think we're all kind of sad to see these go. As I said at the beginning of our cast today, I want to give a special shout out to Carlotto, who's the person that basically made this entire community, including the tournaments, including the Discord server. Every single thing has flowed from all of the hard work he did. Now, he's not around too much anymore. You can always send him a message on Discord, thank him for what he did. But he worked largely in the background, and yet for those of us who've been staff members here for a while in the classic server, he's relentless about been great about making improvements in all kinds of ways, and just taking suggestions from people, integrating those into the full experience that we've gotten in the server. And I think as a result of that, a lot of us really appreciate how special a place it's been. When the server's not going away, can still hang out with our friends there. But obviously, with the format gone, I don't think we're going to be seeing too much discussion in some of these channels. So I really appreciate the work that Carlotto did. And Carlotto, if you're out there, thanks again for everything that you did to make this community good before Blizzard decided to pull the plug on us. Now, a couple other things as we're, sort of all left kind of wondering what we do next. I encourage everybody to try and remind yourselves that, yes, it sucks to have our format go away. And of course, we all know that it's going away because Blizzard doesn't want to ban a bunch of paying customers that are using bots. And so they just put a Band-Aid over the problem. And unfortunately, those of us who are honest Hearthstone players and choose not to violate the terms of service as soon as we're done playing standard ourselves, we end up being the ones that kind of shoulder the burden here. And that's really unfortunate. It's definitely unfair. And I know that there's a lot of frustration in the community over this. A lot of people are just going to uninstall the game if you haven't already. Personally, this is the only thing I come back to in Hearthstone is to sit down and play a game of Classic. So, I think all of us here on the team and all of us here on the cast today probably all feel the same way, that it's pretty shitty to have that happen. But let's just remember, too, that we had a pretty awesome run. I think I've met so many great people, so many new friends, so many people coming out of the woodwork that want to be involved in the production of these tournaments or want to, do something positive for the community. Lots of people that are just real Hearthstone enthusiasts that just, wanted to come and share their hobby with everybody, and also usually their disdain of Classic or of Standard and Wild as well. But it's a special group, and so yeah, to have the rug pulled out from under us may suck, but it's always good to remind ourselves that we all did come together to be part of a community, and largely it was a successful community that really has gotten a lot of support, a lot of nice people treating each other well. You have a lot of people in the voice chat, streaming, stuff like that. A lot of little friendships that have been made. So I hope that everybody can continue those things, those positive things that they took away from the game and those friendships that they had. I hope that you can, find other ways to hang out with your friends and play games. Don't forget that, we're all Classic players. That means we're usually pretty like-minded. We don't like the memes of Standard and Wild. We like to play, a good solid game, good honest game of Hearthstone. So there are lots of other games out there like that, and like most of us don't want to give our money to Blizzard anymore, so we'll maybe find some alternatives. But I've definitely had a really great time with everybody, meeting people, and running these tournaments for the community. It's completely volunteer, and yet we come back as a staff and do this over and over and over because we have so many wonderful viewers, so many wonderful competitors, and just people who have ranged from a very casual interest in Hearthstone to a very high, competitive interest in Hearthstone. And for all of you who have enjoyed the Classic community so far, thanks for joining us, and thanks for being a part of that. We really appreciate everybody's little contributions, even if it's just a little reaction to somebody joining the server or whatever else. So thanks again to everybody else in the community. Thanks a lot to our staff members here. I've already given a shout out to Carlotto, but there are a lot of others here. Dex was the first one that started streaming these tournaments, really set the foundation for us to run with that and pass the torch on after a few tournaments. So a huge shout out to Dex for that. We've had some folks here since day one that started the server. I wasn't around on day one, but I know AJ, aka Derp, was one of those people. Chin Chin, another one of those people. And Jay Bowen, for those of you who haven't met Jay Bo, is one of the original day one folks that created this server for everybody. Started off, for a little history lessons, the server started off as just kind of a fun place for people that used to watch TalkSource stream. It was just a place for them to chat, and this is what it turned into. So we wouldn't have been able to do that without all the folks out there that have an interest in Hearthstone, and wouldn't be able to do that if we didn't have all this interest. So thanks everybody, and I hope you find new games. Hope you find other fun stuff to do. And if you want to drop me a line or anybody else in the channel, don't hesitate. That's what we took away from this game. So really appreciate everybody in the community, and I hope that we can have some of that anger and frustration toward this format leaving tempered into maybe something positive as well. So fellas on the cast, do you have anything that you wanted to share? Any final thoughts about Classic before our final tournament ends here?
Yeah, I had one last note. Just want to say that it's been an absolute pleasure to play with everyone on the ladder, the tourneys, chat in the Discord. I think between all the channel debates, deck lists, streams, Watchstone tournaments, shit talk, and yeah, even probably the salt in the channels, it'll probably be something that we can look back on, fairly fondly. So I did want to personally thank everyone in the community for making it what it has become today. And the community really is the reason why I've been continue to go on with the game even after trying to quit a few times. But now that it's finally just about over, yeah, we'll see. But I'll probably focus on things such as chess or other RPG games now at this point. But thanks again, everyone.
Yeah, I really appreciate those thoughts, Phazure. And but just for the folks out there, if you have any casual interest in chess, that's where a lot of us are going. I've been a chess professional for a while now myself. I'm always happy to teach people stuff. Invite you to learn new things about the game. It's similar in a lot of ways to classic Hearthstone. It's a little bit more competitive in certain ways, in the sense that the ladder goes forever. But if that's something you're interested in, that's always a good opportunity to share. Wdalin, how about you?
Yeah. Just wanted to thank all the people who made the community possible. The names that you shouted at before: Carlotto, Dex, Derp, everybody who helps contribute to the community. And as well, I just wanted to give a big thanks to you, Oppo, Opposition, and Phazure, for carrying the cast, letting me sit back and focus on the stream, hoping that was a smoother experience for the audience today. And giving my voice a break after the 6-hour cast yesterday. So yeah, big thanks to you guys.
Yeah, you did great. I really appreciate you stepping up and doing that. For the folks at home, Wdalin, maybe you can corroborate this, but there is a hell of a lot of production that goes into these things. A lot of hours. Every single tournament, there is a shitload of work, and we divvy it up as a team. I neglected to give a shout out to Amber here. She's another core team member that's really done a lot for the community in many different ways, uploading these to YouTube, making sure that some of these spreadsheets are done ahead of time, which are incredibly time consuming, and helping set up the tournaments, answer questions in the Discord during tournaments and stuff. So a lot of love to Amber for doing that too. But yeah, just in general, these are it's a tough thing to give up your whole weekend to run Hearthstone tournaments for the community. And Wdalin, I really appreciate you going out of your way to do that. It's not something that everybody would do. So thanks a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, we could beat a dead horse here for a long time, but I think in the interests of all of our sanity, we'll probably close up our final stream here. There's always more room if you folks in the community, if you want to have discussions in the Discord, talk about your feelings related to Hearthstone, leaving, the stages of grief. The first one is denial, and then we get into anger, right? There are a lot of stages of grief that we're all going through. Classic leaving, I know for a lot of people, this was a core part of your mental health out there. A lot of people for whom Classic was really, really important, that nostalgia. And, it's feel free to share that with people. At some point we'll get, that's how we get past it and move into acceptance and being able to move on from that. But we don't want to hold on to that anger and frustration. And a lot of other people are feeling it. It's okay to share those things. So we're always here in the channel. Here are, anybody's thoughts on how Classic is going, and share some sad face emotes. But yeah. So once again, want to thank everybody in the community for being fantastic members. If you want to hang out in the channel, keep doing so. But I don't know how much Classic discussion we'll have in there anymore. But on behalf of myself and Phazure and Wdalin here, thanks again, guys, and hopefully we'll see you somewhere soon. So, thanks.
Thank you.